evening, well, afternoon and evening, everyone, or wherever you are, maybe somewhere different. It's Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are here bringing you live coverage, and we're going to be covering these election races tonight, the Florida election races and the Wisconsin election race. 2 House races in Florida and U.S. House races and a Wisconsin Supreme Court seat. A lot of people are seeing these elections as possibly a referendum on how Americans feel about the new Trump administration. So the first polls for the first of the 2 Florida elections, the first polls are closing in 34 minutes. So excited to bring this to you. I just realized there's something I might do. I think I might need about 15 seconds here. I'm not, by the way, I'm in, for those of you who don't know, many of you know this, for those of you who don't know, I am not in my normal studio. I am in South America. I am in Lima, Peru, where I am visiting. So I am doing this on my miniature portable setup, which is quite different from my usual setup, and it probably looks and sounds a bunch different than it normally does. So I hope you can bear with me. But it seems to be at least working. What I need to do, though, is there's one thing I want to do. I know it's a little echoey in here, but there's one thing I can do which might be able to help that. So if you give me 2 seconds, I need about 15 seconds. Hang on. I'm going to leave the API article up on the screen. I'm going to disappear for about maybe 15 or 20 seconds. Give me about 15 or 20 seconds, and I'll come right back, and I'm going to do something which to try to help the echo. Hold on. Okay, thanks for your patience. Thank you for your patience. Hang on. We're back. Okay, thank you. I tried to do a little something here. Okay. Appreciate all you guys being here. Which is the one, by the way, I need to pull up here for me to see? There's House District 1 and House District 6. Oh, the polls close, I think 6 closes first, because 6 is on Eastern time. Randy Fine versus Josh Wheel. You know what I also realized tonight? Well, we'll deal with that when we have to. All right, so we have, you can see here, Florida Republicans face off against well-funded Democrats in U.S. House special elections. These are 2 seats which are normally very strong Republican-leaning seats. But there's this question of, could these races be closer than normally you would think? Meanwhile, the Wisconsin Supreme Court seat, there's been about $90 million spent on that state Supreme Court race. So we're gonna talk a little bit about this. Hey, thanks for joining us tonight, by the way. I want to thank our moderators for being here. We have over there on YouTube. Ruth Krafasi and Beth Mythical are there right now, moderating. Thank you. By the way, also thanks on YouTube. Speaking of YouTube, thanks to Ted W. for your support. Hey, Ted, I'm glad the setup is adequate for you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Ted. Yeah, so, yeah, I mean, if you guys can just hear and see and there's no major technical difficulties, then I'll be happy, given the whole fact that we're in South America right now. But thank you. I really appreciate that, Ted W. Thanks so much. That's very nice of you. And also, thanks to our Twitch moderators. I want to shout out them. We have right now Big Ball of Yarn, Matthew Kohai 3, McBritches, Surly Dev, Tariag. Thanks also to Gonzalez for subscribing on Twitch. And also our Facebook moderators, want to shout them out. Right now we have moderating over there. Oops. Kay Lowry Body is moderating. Thank you, Kay. Thanks also Martha Crawford for subscribing over on Facebook. Thank you. Margaret Riley's moderating too. Thanks, Kay and Margaret, for subscribing. And Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. Thank you for moderating. All right, let's get into it. So let's start talking about this. We only have about 29 minutes until the polls close in the first of the two House races. There's two House races in Florida. So you can see AP says voting is well underway. Oh, I should see if I have any live footage of them voting. Hold on a second. Let me just check something here. It's possible I have a little live footage of people voting. I'm not sure, though. Let me just look here. Hadn't even thought to check. No. Cory Booker is still speaking, by the way. We should check it on Cory Booker, too. All right, hold on. I want to show you. Cory Booker is speaking. He has been speaking, I think, for 22 hours in protest against the Trump administration. He's been speaking in the Senate, and he has not been able to leave the podium. He can't, like, go to the bathroom or anything. I mean, he's got to go to the bathroom somehow, but he can't leave to go to the bathroom. So he's been up there speaking, or up there while, you know, sometimes another Democrat will speak and give him a little bit of a break, but he's got to stand up there. So I think he's been standing the whole time. I don't think he's allowed to sit. I don't think. But let me show you this. He is still speaking. So I want to just give you, he's a Democratic senator. So let me just show you this if I can get it up on the screen here. What am I doing? Oh, sorry. I see what happened here. I see what happened here. Let me just... Now I have to get this on the screen for you. So I want to get rid of that. I think we're good. Is this going to work? Let's see.
The people who are blindly loyal to him because they believe the lies that he so artfully, creatively, and convincingly tells. But just tell me, where do you stand on these issues? Attacks on veterans who have served our country in the military and civil services. Well, there are lawsuits challenging his right to attack our veterans. There's lawsuits challenging Trump on his attacks on government agencies that protect your grandmother from online scams. I don't know where you stand with the grandmas getting scammed, to defend them, or the president. Lawsuits against Trump because of his attacks on lawful American citizens born in this country and guaranteed their citizenship under the U.S.
All right, so let me give you a little background on this. This is Cory Booker, and he has been speaking. Hold on, I have an article about it here. I think 22 hours? AP says that the speech lasted all Monday night and well into Tuesday afternoon. His feat of endurance is aimed to show Democrats' resistance to President Trump's sweeping actions. Yeah, there's no bill being filibustered, but the Senate can't continue with business until he stops speaking. Anyways, what is the actual, how short of the record? Is he like within an hour of the record or something like that? Yeah, AP says he is now, he's over 23 hours according to AP now. He is over 23 hours. The longest ever individual speech in the Senate, according to AP, is Strom Thurmond, who filibustered against the Civil Rights Act of 1957 for 24 hours and 18 minutes. All right, so we're not going to, I'll keep an eye on this. This is not our topic today. Oops, hold on a second here. I just messed something up here. What happened here? Hang on 2 seconds here. I got to fix something here. Got messed up. All right, so let's get back to the topic at hand, but we'll keep an eye on that. Because he's over 23 hours now. Now this, our viewer HTH TV says, I was watching this overnight for a bit. Meanwhile, we have 23 minutes and 48 seconds until the first of the two House races, the polls close. So let's talk about that. Let's talk about that. That's the topic of our broadcast here. All right. So, oops, that's Cory Booker. Fine. I know that's Cory Booker. But that's not what I wanted to show you. What I want to show you is, where is it here? How is that even on the screen? Which one is that? Oh, I know why. It's not live, by the way. The article is not live. Here it is. That was live when we were watching it. You can see here, AP says voting is well underway in 2 Florida congressional districts holding special elections where Democrats are hoping frustrations with the aggressive start to the second Trump administration will give them a lift in districts that have long been Republican strongholds. The 2 seats are in heavily pro-Trump districts and have seen a major push by Democrats who have poured millions in fundraising into Tuesday's special elections. These 2 spots are the Matt Gaetz seat and the Mike Waltz seat. They are these 2 spots were vacated when President Trump chose Matt Gaetz to be his attorney general. He's at the 1st district, but he ended up withdrawing Matt Gaetz pulled out of the running for that. But he had resigned his seat. So Matt Gaetz is in the 1st district. He was in the 1st district, and that's why that seat is empty. And Mike Waltz, his seat is empty because he became National Security Advisor. Florida State Senator Randy Fine running for Waltz's seat, and State Chief Financial Officer Jimmy Patronis running to replace Gaetz are widely expected to hold the seats, which would give Republicans a 220 to 213 advantage over Democrats in the U.S. House. But both have been outraised by their Democratic counterparts, and Republicans in Florida and Washington have been trying to distance themselves from any potential underperformance. Special elections are often low turnout events that can lead to surprising results. But anything other than blowout victories in either district would be noteworthy. In the November election, Matt Gaetz won the 1st district in Florida, in Florida's heavily conservative panhandle, by 32 points. Mike Waltz won the 6th district, which includes deeply red regions in northeastern Florida, by about 33 percentage points. Okay? So these 2 districts in Florida were won by Republicans in November by 32 and 33 points. Will they be similar results tonight, or will they be closer? We do not know. We'll have to see. Okay? So that's a big thing to look at. Mr. Bigley Uncredible says, should be a great night for moral victories. certainly if either of the races is like very close, I think Democrats will be encouraged by that. Maybe they'll be discouraged if neither race is close. Also, there's that the Wisconsin special election we'll mention too. So the two Florida races, the polls close at 7 Eastern time and 8 Eastern time. The Panhandle race, I believe, is in the Central Time Zone, if I have that right, which is why it's an hour later that the polls close. Paula Thompson says, I know a few Republicans who aren't that happy with Randy Fine, but I only actually talked to a few. Give me 1 second here. I'm going to take some of your comments about this. Do I have... thanks, by the way, too, as we have less than 19 minutes until the polls close in the first of the two Florida races. Thank you to Jen Exer for the gift memberships. That's really nice of you. Thanks also for all your support, PZ Papa Zulu. I really appreciate that, PZ Papa Zulu. And what happened here? Now what happened? Everything is all messed up. Oh, we should do a poll. We should do a poll in the chat about what's going to happen. Thank you also, Michael Burmester, too, for your support. Really appreciate that, Michael. Thank you. We should do a poll about what is going to happen in these elections. I'm going to do a poll about the Florida House races. There's two Florida House races, remember. So the poll is going to be what will happen in two Florida House races. These are for the U.S. House of Representatives, but they're in Florida. Two House races in Florida. And I'm going to do three options. 2 GOP blowouts. At least one very close. At least one Democrat upset. So the three options I'm giving you are 2 GOP blowouts, at least one very close, or at least one Democrat win. I know that's not, strictly speaking, all of the options that you might be possible, but in the interests of simplicity, that's the poll. And let me just post it on Facebook and Twitch as well. Everything's always a little difficult here. Why is it acting like this? All right, hold on. I have to do it this way. Sorry, hang on. Give me 1 second here. I'm in South America. I'm in Lima, Peru. So I'm doing this on my not usual setup. So everything is just different. Okay, I'm posting it on Twitch right now. Okay, I just posted the poll on Twitch, and now I'm posting it on Facebook. Here you go. Oh, thank you again. Thank you again to all of our mods for being here. Thank you again, Michael Burmester. I appreciate that. Hang on. I just have to remember how to do everything on this setup, not the other setup. All right. Doing it right now. Posting the poll on Facebook right now. Poll. I just am posting it right now on Facebook. Takes forever to post it on Facebook. Activate poll. I thought it was active. It is active. Okay, now, I asked you guys, I said, in our 2 House races in Florida, that's Jimmy Patronis, by the way. He's one of the candidates. There's Randy Fine, the other Republican candidate. I said, what is going to happen in these 2 House races? And let me show you what you guys said. Over there on YouTube, here is what people have said. On YouTube, the current result on YouTube is, oopsie, can't do it that way. As I mentioned, everything is always different when I'm doing things on my remote setup. Where is the poll? There it is. I found the poll. The current result on YouTube is, oh, I had it. The current result on YouTube is, where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Can you see that? It says 49% of you think 2 GOP blowouts. Half of you think there'll be at least one very close race, or there'll be at least one Democratic win. Wow. These seats, the Republican candidates won both of these seats by over 30 points in November. Okay, so that's what people said over there on YouTube. And then on Twitch, let me pull this up. Where's the Twitch one? As I mentioned, everything's much more complex here. All right, I'm removing the YouTube one now so I can put up the Twitch one. It's just it's everything is different when I do it on this way. All right, so thanks to people for voting over there on YouTube. On Twitch, let me show you that one. That result is, where is it? Where'd it go? Where'd the poll go? Is it gone? Did the poll end on Twitch? Hey guys, did the poll, McBritches said it was 44, 21, and 35. Twitch poll flew by. Maybe I have to reset the timing on that. Anyways, McBritches said that 44% said on Twitch that it would be 2 GOP blowouts, 21% said at least one close, and 35% said at least one Democratic win. Wow. And on Facebook, 55% said 2 GOP blowouts, 18% said at least one close race, and 27% said at least one Democratic win. They're fairly similar results on the different platforms, actually. So roughly half of you who voted on all the platforms think there'll be at least one very close race. And probably like roughly a quarter of you think there's, if not more, think there's going to be a one Democratic win of the 2 races, which would be such an enormous upset if that happened. Okay. Cory Booker is still speaking, by the way, you know. Do you know Cory Booker is still speaking? He's over 23 hours. Let's see if I can get this on the screen for you. Why is that not working? Oops. So I'll take some more comments. It's a little, when I do the, oh, there it is. You can see it. What did you just see that whole thing? I was trying to set up the shot for you, and I think you were just watching me set everything up. Sorry about that. It's a whole thing here.
And so I think all of us feel.
That, I believe, is that Chris Murphy? Is that Senator Chris Murphy? Do I have that right? Once in a while, other Democratic senators are speaking to give him a break. Montpelier says yes. Yeah, that is Senator Chris Murphy speaking so that Cory Booker doesn't literally have to talk right now. Meanwhile, so that's still happening, but 8 minutes and 30 seconds left until the race, the polls close in, is it the 1st or the 6th? I keep forgetting what district it is. I got to pull it up again here. It is the 6th district. The 6th district, the polls close in 8 minutes. We didn't even talk about the Supreme Court race yet. Hang on a moment here. No results in yet. M. Foster says Supreme Court is what I'm most interested in. The Supreme Court race, you can see here, no, that's Chris Murphy. The Supreme Court race, hang on. As I said, everything is much more of a challenge to do when I start doing it again on the road because I'm not used to doing it this way. Okay, better. Control of the Wisconsin Supreme Court is at stake in a race that drew powerful political interests. This is the one that Elon Musk did a rally about either last night or was it a couple nights ago? $90 million has been spent on this race. Austin Batman thinks Elon Musk is trying to buy this race. Our viewer, Austin Batman. So that race, the polls close at 9 p.m. You can see here majority control of the Wisconsin Supreme Court will be decided tonight in a race that broke records for spending and has become a proxy battle for the nation's political fights. pitting a candidate backed by Donald Trump against a Democratic-aligned challenger. Republicans, including Trump and the world's wealthiest person, Elon Musk, have lined up behind Brad Schimmel, a former state attorney general. Democrats, including former President Obama and billionaire megadonor George Soros, have backed Susan Crawford, a Dane County judge who led legal fights to protect union power, abortion rights, and to oppose voter ID. The election is considered a litmus test of how voters feel about Trump's first months back in office and how the role played by Musk and his controversial cost-cutting agency, the Department of Government Efficiency. Musk traveled to Wisconsin on Sunday to make a pitch for Schimmel and personally hand out $1 million checks to 2 voters. So we'll talk about that race more when we get closer to the polls closing in that race. But those polls close at 9 p.m. Eastern time. Maybe we'll do our own poll about that race as we get closer. Michael Burmester says $1 million to Elon is like $100. The Wisconsin results, history underfoot, are 9 p.m. Eastern time. That's when the polls close. Meanwhile, the polls close in the first race. That's the 6th congressional district. The polls close at in 3 minutes and 45 seconds. I have no idea. I have no idea how long it'll take us to get results in from that. Let me check something here. Ooh. Where is the... Hold on. Do they not have it posted yet? I'm looking at the Florida Department of State website. And they don't even have anything posted yet. They don't even have the 0 posted yet. Why don't they have that posted yet? Two minutes and 30 seconds until the polls close in the first of the 2 races. I was trying to find the official site. Here's where the district is from Wikipedia. You can see it's kind of includes Palm Coast, either some or all of Daytona Beach here. It's on the northern eastern coast of Florida, the 6th district. Guys, we have a minute and 45 seconds. The Wisconsin results, the polls close at 9 Eastern time. Trump won the 6th district by 30 points. Oh, give me 1 second here. All right, guys, about 36 seconds until the polls close in the first Florida race. I'm just looking at the clock right now. Got about 20 seconds left. Then I'll have to change the headline because the next one closes, the second race closes in an hour. All right, ready? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, now let me change the clock. The polls are closed in the 6th Congressional District special election in Florida. So let me just adjust the clock and change the headline. So how can I change this headline quickly to reflect this? One moment here. Okay. Sorry, I keep doing the wrong thing. There's like too much to say. Florida races. Florida race 1 polls. Polls closed in 1 Florida race. Next, other Florida race in. I mean, does that even make sense? There's just too. Should I just get rid of the clock? Okay, I'm going to get rid of the clock. I can't have this. It's going to be too confusing for everybody. Okay, so we can bring the clock back if we want. For now, I'm just going to do this. I'm going to say polls closed in 1 Florida race, other Florida 8 ET, Wisconsin 9 ET. Let's try that because it's just ridiculous. That way because people keep asking me about Wisconsin anyway. Is that better? I hope. I'm sorry. Things got a little too crazy. Let me just start looking and seeing if there's any kind of update from Florida yet. But I first had to update my headline. Meanwhile, it's a total mess right now. I'm going to clean this up here. All right, everything's fine. Now, hang on a second. All right, there are results in. There are some results in from the first race. Now, I got to see. It's weird. I don't have like a map. I don't know that I have access to like a map, one of those election maps. So I might have to like custom or just like tell you the results, what they are. I have to see if I'll have access to anything. But I'll tell you what the results are. I was kind of hoping the state of Florida would have something on their site. But I don't see anything there yet from them. Nothing. Okay, so what I can tell you is there's an estimated 23.4% of votes in. Here, I'm going to make a little thing that I can show you. I'm going to make something so I can show you. I'm going to do this on the fly. Josh Wheel, D, Randy Fine, R, And this is how we're doing this right now. In a second, you'll see what I'm doing. You'll see what I'm doing in a second. This is all very... Is Cory Booker finishing, by the way? No, he's still speaking. Now, my guess is that these might be the early votes. Let's see if this works. There. That is the Florida... This is the Florida 6th Congressional District. This is my exciting graphics work for you. Florida 6th Congressional District. There. Josh Weil is winning, but I believe that usually you'd expect the Democrat to be doing better with the early votes. Although I don't know if he was expected to be winning the early votes, assuming those are early votes, and I don't know if they are. So let me check a couple different sources about this. Let me check a couple things here. Give me a second. But that is an up-to-date count as far as I can tell. I'll double check it too with a different source. Yes. Oh, I had more votes in. Some more votes in. According to the Washington Post, these are the votes they have in. So hang on a moment. I'm going to update. We have an update coming in. A very high with our high-tech graphics here tonight on Agenda Free TV. The update is coming in. Look at this. Numbers, numbers, numbers. What I don't have is analysis. Let me try to get you some analysis now from some elections experts I follow. Where's my thing here? Hold on. Hang on a moment. Where is this thing? Remember, the other House election, and the polls closed at 8 Eastern time. Wisconsin is 9 Eastern time. Where is my thing here? Everything is always such a chore when I do it on... here it is. I found it. When I do it when I'm not at home. Okay. I haven't. Some more votes just came in. Hold on, more votes just came in. An estimated 30.1% of the votes are counted. Josh Weil, the Democrat, has 51.9%. Randy Fine has 47.2%. Remember that this district won. Trump won it by 30 points. So we have some new numbers in here. There. Now, if it ends up like close, that's going to be a big surprise. That if it's super close, we'll have to see how this goes. I'm looking for some analysis about like where these votes are coming from and like early, late, and all that stuff. I haven't seen the elections experts I follow mention it. Let me see here. John Turpin says Democrats outspent Republicans in the last election and suffered big losses. That's what John said. Hold on. There are more votes in. More votes in now. I'm updating this now, according to the Washington Post. More votes in. I am updating them as fast as I can on my screen. Look at this. Oopsie. An estimated 41.8% of the votes are counted. Maybe I can make this even a little bigger for you. There we go. I can make it even a little bigger for you. There we go. Oh, see that? Look at that. Look at that. More votes just came in. More votes are in. More votes. It is now 50.8% to 48.3%, with 43% of the vote counted. To repeat, this is a district that President Trump won by 30 points in November. This is a district that in November, this is the Mike Waltz district, correct? I got to double check on this. Where is it here? Yes, Mike Waltz won this district by 33 points. Mike Waltz won this district, Republican, by 33 points in November. Fearless thinks Randy will be fine. There's only 43% in. I'm assuming this includes the early vote too, which I'm assuming would be more favorable to Democrats, although I'm not positive. That's my assumption. Some more votes have just come in. Randy Fine has taken the lead. Randy Fine has taken the lead, which you will see on your screen in a second. Hold on. But Randy Fine has 50.6%. Now, this is still quite close, but he has taken the lead. Remember, hang on a second here. Elise Stefanik from New York, Congresswoman, was Trump's nominee for UN representative. But he pulled her nomination, I think it was in the last week or so, and he actually said that there was concern she could lose her seat, that the Democrats could lose her seat if she left the seat to serve in the UN. So they were concerned about that. And I from what I have heard, these races in Florida were signaling to Democrats about when they were seeing the information about the races in Florida, that made them concerned about her potential special election in New York as well. So, I mean, what you're looking at now is a race that this is a seat that President Trump won by 30 points. It's a seat that Mike Waltz, who has now vacated the seat because he is National Security Advisor, he won it by 33 points in November. And now we have, with about half the votes in, a roughly 2% lead. So I'm waiting with all of you. Oh, more votes just came in. More votes in. More votes in. It is 51.0 to 48.2%, with 51.6% of the votes counted. And again, still quite close here. Oopsie, that wasn't good. Let me check something real quick. Really quick. Okay. All right, so the other race, the polls will close in the other race in 45 minutes, the other Florida race. The polls will close in Wisconsin Supreme Court race in an hour and 45 minutes at 9 ET. More votes just came in. More votes are in. With 56.9% of the vote in, Randy Fine has his lead is now about 6%. It's still not that, it's not 30%, but the lead's getting bigger. The lead is getting bigger. That is the current race results. As soon as I got even more votes in. Some more votes just came in. With 57.7% in, it's 52.8 to 46.4. I think Randy Fine is going to win. I mean, I'm not aware that there's some huge pocket of Democratic votes outstanding. Doesn't look like it. Not from what I'm aware. Maybe I'm wrong, though. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. Let me check something. Let's see here. So, what I can tell you is, well, actually, in Daytona Beach, the Democratic candidate Josh Wheel is ahead in Volusia County by about 5.5%, and about 63% of votes have been counted there. My point is that, and then Wheel is ahead by about 5% in St. John's County, and there's about half the vote counted there. So it could be the case that there's more votes outstanding in the more Democratic counties. That's possible. Although I'm just looking around. Let me give me a second here because some more votes just came in. So that's the question: is of the votes still outstanding, what counties are they from? But I don't know if there's, there might be different towns in those counties that vote differently. Oops. Let me see if any of the elections experts I follow are saying anything about this. Got about 60% of the votes in. Vote Hub is projecting Randy Fine. The voting news site Vote Hub says Randy Fine is going to win. Did anybody else project him? Let's see. Decision Desk HQ has projected Randy Fine the winner of the Florida 6 House special election. That's from election site Decisions Desk HQ. Decision Desk HQ. More votes just came in. We now have, more votes just came in. We now have, I'm seeing an update here. Oh no, that's not an update. It's not. It's the same update. No, it's not. The votes did not. I had it caught up. So again, Decision Desk HQ is calling Randy Fine the winner. That's certainly not surprising. Again, this was a plus 30 President Trump district and a plus 33 House race for the Republicans back in November. It is currently Randy Fine winning by 6.6%. The Wisconsin polls do not close until 9 ET. The other Florida race does not close until 8 ET. Now, if Randy Fine ends up winning by, say, 10%, is Cory Booker, I think Cory Booker might be finishing, by the way. Really quick, are people clapping for Cory Booker? He's been talking for like almost 24 hours or 24 hours something. This is Cory Booker. He's been in the Senate talking for roughly 24 hours at the podium. Did he break the record? Did Cory Booker break the record? Is it the longest speech ever in the Senate?
Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies.
Is that what happened? Did he break it?
Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen.
Everybody's saying yes in the chat that he broke the record for longest Senate speech.
The chair does not wish to take away from this moment, but I think the best way to honor this great accomplishment to our guests in the gallery, to make a rare exception and let you stand to show your appreciation, I will not constrain my fellow senators.
Thank you. I'm Chuck Schumer.
Right.
I have yielded for a question, and you asked me, did I know? I know now.
All right. We're going to get back to the election results.
Not quite wrap this up yet. I don't want to wrap this up yet. My mom's senator. My mom's been watching. I know Catherine Cortez Masto has a podium in front of her. She can give me a rest. I'd like to go just a little further. I love, and again.
All right. So let's get back to the results. But has he? I guess he might have broken the record. I have to confirm this. Let's get back to the election results. Some more votes came in. So there are now 60.6% of the votes in the first Florida race. And Randy Fine is now winning by 7.5%. .6% of the votes in. Decision Desk HQ already called this for Randy Fine. Again, this was a plus 30 Trump seat. Plus 30 Trump district in the election in November. Cory Booker, yes, broke the record for longest speech on the floor. He has broken the record, guys, just to confirm. He did break the record. The record was 24 hours and 18 minutes by Strom Thurmond speaking against the Civil Rights Act in 1957. Cory Booker has now broken that record for longest speech in the Senate. More votes have just come in. More votes in. We're up to 63.3% of the votes counted. The lead has grown a bit more for Randy Fine. He is winning by 8.5% with 63.6% of the vote in. So what will, where does this end up? If it's a 20% point win, I think that's going to be portrayed a lot differently than a 10% percent win. Thank you, by the way, to, let me just say a couple thank yous here. Thank you to Rule for your support. I appreciate it, Rule, who says another $90 million participation trophy. Well, the $90 million race is I don't know how much was spent on these races, but the $90 million race, I don't know if it was $90 million on this race. I don't know what was spent. The $90 million figure I've heard is on the Supreme Court race, the state Supreme Court race in Wisconsin. $90 million spent on that. Thank you so much, Rule, and thank you to Sevenfold. I appreciate it. Sevenfold. Also, Synthesizer, our new member, and Kitty Power. Thanks for the gift memberships. Thank you also to our member, Linda Cosma. Thank you, Fred Flintstone, for the gift memberships. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thanks, Gen Xer, for the gift memberships. Also, thank you, Sonic, for your support. Sonic says, Booker going on almost as long as some marathon AFTV streams. I don't think we've ever had 24 hours. Thank you, Sonic. Our longest was probably 15 or something. Hey, Sonic, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. PZ Papa Zulu MG, thank you. Also, Ratchet Wrist, thanks for being a member. And Yo-Yo, who says, Happy Taco Tuesday. Hey, do we have any more votes in? No. Same amount of votes in. That changed a little bit, but the same amount of votes in. It is 6:26 Central, 7:26 Eastern. In 34 minutes, the other race, that's in the Florida Panhandle, the other Florida House race, the polls will be closed there in 34 minutes. Then in an hour and 34 minutes, that is when the polls close in Wisconsin in that highly contested, lots of money spent on it, state Supreme Court race there. So we're bringing you live coverage here. Matula Mikos, our viewer, says maybe not a blowout. Now this would not be a blowout if it's 8 points. I mean, even if it's 10 points, it's not a blowout. Compared to more votes just came in. More votes just came in. A bunch more votes. His lead actually shrunk some. Okay, check this out. Randy Fine is up by 8%, 8.1%, with 72.5% of the votes counted. And to repeat, Mike Waltz won this seat by 33 points, by 33 points in November, right? Yes. I should put that in. November 2024 result. R plus 33. Jersey, Texas says, I am anxious to see the Wisconsin race. Hey, thanks so much, Alex Parker from the UK, for your support. Thank you. And our member, Joanna Crompton for the UK. Thank you for being a member. And Jeff Manji. Hey, Jeff, thanks so much for the gift memberships. Really appreciate it. Also, thanks to JRW Fan, who thinks it's hard to take too much from a special election with about 200,000 total votes, when the 2024 general vote for Congress in Florida 6 was over 427,000 votes. I can tell you, so yes, as Jeff said, no, as JRW Fan said, it looks like the total number of votes will be, somewhere roughly 200,000. And the total votes in the House race during the presidential election was 427,000. I'm sure there'll be a lot of debate as to what this race, what these numbers mean. We'll see how the other races go. W says big difference. Big difference in number of voters in the two? We have 30 minutes until the other race polls close in Florida. Quick thank you to Cory Booker is still speaking, by the way. Thanks to Whoshot JR for the support on Twitch. Thank you so much. And Flumpingtons, thank you so much for the support on Twitch. Oh, I am behind on Twitch. JBomb66, thanks so much for your support on Twitch. And Sven Christensen. Sven gave out 5 gift memberships. Thank you, Sven. That's very nice of you. Gift subscriptions, I'm sorry. Thanks also to our moderators. I'm going to shout them out in a second. But first, hang on. I need to see if we have more votes in. Do we have more votes in? There are more votes in. By the way, the New York Times the Washington Post has now also called this race for Randy Fine. A few more votes came in. We have the only county of the, looks like there's 5. If I have this right, I believe there are 6 counties where the votes are coming in from. The only county right now where Josh Weil, the Democrat, is winning is Volusia, which is where Daytona Beach is. He is leading by 5.4% there, and he has about a 2,200 vote lead there, and about 2/3 of the votes are counted in that county. So, if the rest of the voting in that county where he's ahead, Josh Weil, goes that way, he'll pick up like another 1,000 votes, which won't be nearly enough to make up the lead. He's losing in the other counties. Oh, a few more votes came in, guys. In the other counties, in St. Johns County, Randy Fine is plus 11 right now. In Putnam County, Randy Fine is plus 19. Marion County, Randy Fine is plus 5.3. Lake County, plus 17. Palm Coast, if that's the county. No, sorry. Flagler County, Fine is plus 15. I mean, if you just look at those numbers, it doesn't sound like he's going to win by close to 30 points. Edward Cumsty said that AP called it as well. Yeah, the New York Times has called it as well. I think I can put projected winner next to Randy Fine. Yeah, NBC has called it too. So Randy Fine is the projected winner. AP called it as well. I don't know if I have a check mark. Here, what if I do it that way? need to... What if I have it say winner? He's projected winner. Am I going to cover tariffs tonight? No. Tariffs, we're going to cover the live tariff announcement tomorrow. That's when President Trump is making his announcement. 4 p.m. tomorrow. We'll do coverage of that. The votes have slowed to a trickle, folks. We don't seem to be getting many more votes in at the moment. I don't think I have a check mark symbol. Do I? I don't know. Hold on. Let me see if I have one. I might have a check mark symbol. Hold on. Let's see. Special characters. I have it. I found it. Guys, I found it. I found it. Good news. Look at how high-tech we just got here. Look at how high-tech we just got on our broadcast tonight. There you go. We have our check mark. Yep, Ranger says high tech. Sickness says, wow. Oh, thank you to Donna Smith for the gift membership. That's very nice of you, Donna. Thanks also David M. for the gift membership. Thank you, David M. Thank you to Marcus. Marcus, for your support. Marcus says, next 90 million for the U.S. educational system, Elon. That's what Marcus said. Thank you. More votes. Guys, a bunch more votes just came in. Now, this is interesting. This is interesting. We now have 81.5% of the votes counted. It's basically the same lead. It's an 8.3% lead. But let me see something here. Yeah, so I think a bunch more votes just came in from Volusia County. Volusia County is where Daytona Beach is. That's the only county of the 6 where Josh Weil, the Democrat, is winning. He's winning by 0.6% there. I'm just looking. 99% of the votes counted in St. Johns County. There's a lot of votes outstanding, but there's not that many votes there. Only about half the vote has been counted in Putnam County, where Randy Fine is winning by 19%. Looks like another maybe 6,000 votes are out there. So Randy Fine will probably pick up a bunch of votes there. And in Marion County, Randy Fine is up by 5%, and about half the vote is counted there. And about 10% of the vote is still out in Volusia County, which is maybe another 5,000, 6,000 votes there, where Josh Weil is winning. So I don't know. I cannot tell how much the vote's going to change in the this last batch. I don't know. I can't tell you. Certainly if Randy Fine were to win by less than 10 points in a district where Trump won by 30 and Mike Waltz won by 33 just a few months ago, there's going to be some debate over what that means. If he wins by 20 points, is there that much of a debate? If he wins by only 15 instead of 30, how much of a debate does that cause? I can't say. I don't know if there's a number that he gets to where it's like, oh, well, he still won by a big blowout. It's no big deal. Gary thinks Democrats stepped it up. We don't have results in the other races yet because the polls aren't closed there. Thank you, Mama457 Rose, for being a member. Thanks, Gary Eckert, for being a member. Thanks, Jeff Manji, our new member, so much. Thanks, some new guy, for your support. Let's shout out our moderators who are here, allowing everybody to chat tonight. We have moderating right now. I'm going to tell you. Just 20 minutes until the polls closed in the other race in Florida. We have right now, Beth Mythical is modding on YouTube. Thank you so much, Beth Mythical. Ruth Krafasi is there. Thank you so much, Ruth. Sabrina is there. Thank you so much. Over on Twitch, we have moderating right now. I'll tell you in a second. I'll tell you in a second. Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Matthew Kohai 3, McBritches, Sarah, and Surly Dev. Linda Bell, Larry, Misha on X, and then over there on Facebook, I want to shout out our mods there too. What's going to happen in this Wisconsin race? Big Ball of Yarn, LB. Paul Anderson, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, moderating over there on Facebook. Thank you. Do we have more votes in yet? A trickle more votes came in. Just the slightest bit of votes came in. Do you want me to put like I could put Cory Booker just on silent in the corner. He's still talking, you know. Cory Booker. Do you want me to put him in the corner just so you can see him talking without noise? Someone said, why not? Now people can argue about that in the chat. Some people are saying no. Some people are saying yes. Some people are saying no. I think more are saying no than yes. Slightly more are saying no than yes. It's certainly not a unanimous yes. The yeses are coming back. Maybe I'll put it on for a minute. Just in the corner, just in the corner. So what I got to do is I got to shrink it. I can't have it this big. So I'm going to shrink it. There's Cory Booker. And I'm going to say live in the Capitol. But I'll shrink it. There. Is he finishing? Is he finishing?
Questions of approval and disapproval are not permitted by the gallery. Thank you.
Oh, I think he's still speaking. Okay.
To say that, look at you, defiant man.
A few more votes came in. .9% of the votes counted. Ooh, his lead got a little bigger. Thanks, Tavern Time, for watching. Okay, we're at 16 minutes until the other Florida race. That's to fill Matt Gaetz' seat in the U.S. House. that race was also a over 30-point win for the Republicans in November, but Matt Gaetz left the seat, and so we're having there's another race, and we'll see if that's close at all. I think when I was reading stories over the last couple weeks, this was the one that it seemed like there was more Republican worry about rather than the other one. This one. Projections from Wisconsin? No, I haven't seen any based on today. I don't believe they'd be allowed to be released exit polling before the polls close anyway. Thank you, Andrew Schlegel, who said, is Booker wearing a diaper? We talked about this a bunch, this topic, in our coverage earlier today of the White House press briefing. The short version is, my understanding is he's not allowed to go use the bathroom. So my assumption is that he might be wearing some sort of device. But I don't know for sure. I don't know how that works. Update. More votes just came in. We now have 83.1% of the vote in. The lead is now still, it's about 9% now. So from what it looks like is that the votes basically were waiting for 3 counties. It looks like there's about, Josh Wheel is now losing in every county. The county where he's closest is Volusia, which has Daytona Beach. But Randy Fine is winning by 0.2%. It looks like there's about 5,000 votes left in that county. Then in Putnam County, it looks like there's about 3,500 votes left there. And Randy Fine is winning Putnam County by 23%. And then it looks like there are about, in Marion County, maybe about, actually there's a bunch of votes in Marion County. Marion County is currently Randy Fine winning by 6.5%. And about half the vote has been counted there. It looks like there's about 17,000 votes left in Marion County. I don't know how those votes are going to skew. Why is it not total 100? There's probably more candidates. Yes, there are 2 other candidates in this race who I have not been showing. Andrew Parrott and Randall Terry, who combined to have 0.7% between them. Thank you for bringing that up in the chat. Just 11 minutes until the other race. We might have to have 2. We might have to combine our with our high-tech graphics here. We might have to combine them, have both races showing. Jean Shaheen is talking now. She's a senator from New Hampshire. So she's giving, Cory Booker is still up there at the podium, but she's giving him a little break. Shraki thinks the AFTV graphics department deserves a raise. Again, this at the bottom here. That is the result for this seat in November of 2024. It was Republican plus 33. Do we have any more votes in? No. Oops. Thank you guys for joining us. Excited to bring you coverage of the other two races. Now, Ponicus, our Twitch viewer, says from R plus 33 to R plus 9. At least at the moment. I don't know how much this is going to change over the last, we already have 83% of the vote in. So I don't know how much it's going to really change with the remaining votes. We'll have to see. I actually have been refilling this bottle. I'm getting bottled water here, but I got a big bottle of it, and I'm refilling the smaller bottle. How is turnout? Well, there were about 400 in the 2024 election. That was a presidential election as well. About 425,000 people voted then. This looks like it's going to be more like 200,000. So a little under, like less than half of the presidential election vote. Although I don't know, like, I would be interested in knowing, like, in a previous special election then, like how many people voted then in when this was the last non-presidential election, so 2022. What was the vote like there? 2022, Florida 6th District results. In 2022, about 300,000 people voted in 2022 in the general election, but that wasn't a presidential election for this seat. The siren you're hearing is coming from outside. It's not in the building. It's outside. You can hear some traffic from here. I am in Lima, Peru. I am not in my normal studio. I am in South America. Thank you to Tycrom. Hey, Tycrom, that's really kind of you. Thank you so much, Tycrom. I appreciate that. Thanks also, Orc 145626 for becoming a member. Thank you, Orc. Cory Booker is still talking. He has set a record for longest speech in the Senate ever. He has been at the podium. I believe he's been standing up for over 24 hours. I think over 24 and a half hours now. We have 7 minutes until the other Florida race results. We start getting those. I have not pet a llama. That would be fun to do. 7 minutes until the other Florida race polls close, and we'll start getting results from there. If that Wisconsin race is close, it could take a while to get those results in. We could be here for a while. I did a stream last night on my personal channel, which you can see. It's called Lookner on YouTube and Looknerd on Twitch. So we'll probably do some streams from here on my personal channel. I have no idea how long it'll take these other votes to come in. A lot of sirens. More votes just came in. We are up to 86.6% of the vote in. Randy Fine now has a 9.9% lead. His lead has jumped to 9.9%. With 86.6% of the vote in. There's really only two counties with a lot of votes not in right now. Volusia, 99% in. St. John's, 99% in. Lake, 99% in. Wait. Flagler, 99% in. Here, the two counties with votes not in, a lot of votes not in, are about half the votes in Putnam County are counted. Randy Fine, the Republican, is winning that county by about 23%. It looks like there are about maybe 7,000 votes left there to count. In Marion County, Randy Fine is winning that county by 11%. And it looks like there are about 20,000 votes to be counted there. Just eyeballing it, it seems like the lead's going to get somewhat bigger. I don't know how much bigger. Oh, some more votes just came in here, I think. No, they just changed the estimated votes counted. So more votes did not come in. We have 3 minutes. 3 minutes until the polls close in the other race, guys. Hang on a second here. I'm going to tell you exactly how much is left. It is currently exactly 2 minutes now. Exactly 2 minutes until the polls close in the Florida 1st District. 2 minutes till the polls close. In preparation for that, I'm going to make this a little smaller if I can. Yeah, we're going to make this smaller. What I want to do is be nice. There we go. There we go. That's going to help. The AFTV graphics department working very hard tonight, bringing you up-to-date, high-tech graphics. All right, 48 seconds until the polls close in the 1st Congressional District. I'm looking at a clock right now. 40 seconds. 40 seconds till the polls close in the 1st Congressional District. And an hour and 30 seconds until Wisconsin polls close. 30 seconds now until the polls close in the 1st Congressional District. I will count down from 20. 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The polls are closed in both Florida races. So let me update our headline here. So, polls closed in Florida. They close in Wisconsin at 9 ET. Let me now put on the screen any results that might be coming in. If you give me a moment here. There are no votes in. We have Jimmy Patronis. Oops, that's awful. Just to do it, I'm going to do this. And I'm going to erase the names. And I'm going to erase, we have 0% in. 0, 0, 0, 0, no check mark. I'm saying Patronus. I hope that's right and it's not Patronus. And Gay Valamont. Okay. Okay, here we go. And this race in 2020, the Matt Gaetz race was Gaetz plus 32 in the 1st district. There's your summary right there. Make it a little bigger. There we go. There, we got it for you. Cory Booker is still talking after, is he at 25 hours yet? I don't know. If not, he's got to be close to 25 hours. All right, so we're now waiting for the results to come in. There are now votes in. There are votes in the 1st Congressional District. Breaking news, votes are in. The Republican Jimmy Patronis has 53.3%. The Democrat Gay Valamont, and again, I hope I'm pronouncing these names right, are at 45.6%. Now, those might be early votes. Early votes might favor the Democrat. I mean, remember, the early vote, the first votes counted had the Democrat leading in the 6th district. My guess is that those were early votes. There's your current count right there in the 1st district. There are more votes in here in the 6th district. There you go. So Randy Fine is winning by about 10%, 10.3% with 88.5% of the votes counted. One of our viewers said Decision Desk HQ already called it for Jimmy. Hang on a moment. Let me check that out. We'll have coverage tomorrow of the tariff announcement at 4 p.m. Eastern. President Trump's big tariffs announcement. Yes, Decision Desk HQ, the elections news site, has called the Florida 01 race for Jimmy Patronis. Do people in the chat know, is it Patronus or Patronus? Someone in the chat is from Florida, I bet, and knows. I should have looked this up. It's my fault for not doing it. My bad. I'll do better next time. Oh, there's more votes here. 12.7% of the votes are now in. Patronus, said one of our viewers, said Awami. Oh, did Booker just finished? Hold on, Booker just finished, guys? Is that what happened? Oh, hold on.
Madam President, thank you to the pages, thank you to the parliamentarian staff, thank you to the clerks, thank you to the doorkeepers. There are so many people that make this place special. I kept you up all night, kept you up 24 hours. I just want to say thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Madam President. Madam President.
Senator from Idaho.
Madam President, this next regular order of business confirmation.
Okay, so he just finished. That was Cory Booker, who spoke, I think, for around 25 hours. I got to get the exact amount. Anyways, hey, just so you notice here, Gay Valamont is temporarily winning it's 37% of the votes counted now. My guess is that this is the early vote, and that's why you're seeing Gay Valamont in the lead. My guess is that that's what you're seeing there. Remember when the early vote came in, and when the first votes were counted in Florida, the 6th district, the Democrat was winning there. And again, my assumption is that in both cases it is the early vote which favors Democrats. The Wisconsin State Supreme Court race, guys, the polls close in that race in 52 minutes. The polls close in Wisconsin in 52 minutes. What if I do this? Oh, that's better. I don't know why I didn't do that before. Any more votes come in the 6th district? No, 6th district is still the same right now. I mean, right now, the 6th district is a very big difference than it was a few months ago. It's a 10-point race in the 6th district, whereas it was 33 percentage points in last November. Although his lead still might get bigger, Randy Fine's lead. Thanks for joining us here in our coverage. We have, hold on a second here. 51 minutes about until that Wisconsin State Senate race. Until the polls close there. Hang on a second here. Oh, more votes came in the first district. More votes come in the first district. 40% of the vote in. Gay Valamont, the lead is lower, but still there for Gay Valamont. I expect that lead to go away, but it's still there. More votes just came. Oh, more votes came in both races. Guys, look at this. 49% of the vote in. Oh, that's not more votes, just for the estimate change. So now they're at 49%. More votes came in here. Randy Fine is now leading by about 11% here. And that is with 91% of the vote counted. Mr. Bigley on Credible says, it's crazy how fast they called the first district and how close it is with 50% in. So I know Decision Desk HQ called it. They're elections experts. But my guess is that they just know, if it was the early vote that came in first, they know, they have a good idea of what the rest of the vote's going to look like given the early vote. Bebop and Rock City said that Dave Wasserman made a call as well in the first district. Hold on a second here. Let me check. I wasn't checking before. He's an elections analyst I follow. Yes, Dave Wasserman also projected Jimmy Patronis winning. It would have been an enormous, it would have been like a crazy upset if Republicans lost either of these two seats. However, it's a very interesting question how much the margin of victory is going to end up. Right now it's a huge difference in the 6th district from just 5 months ago. 5.5 months ago. No, 5 months ago. It was R plus 33. Now that was a presidential race too, that election. Oh, more votes came in? Hold on. More votes are in. A lot more votes just came in. Jimmy Patronis is winning. He is now winning by a bit. He has basically a 3% lead. Interesting. Oops. 46 minutes till the polls close in Wisconsin. T-R-E-N-D-E. 40 seconds. 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 40 seconds And SP says you can't compare a House special election to the biggest presidential election in history, biggest presidential race history. I think there's going to be a lot of debate on there'll be a lot of debate as to how to take these results. Again, Wisconsin, we don't have votes yet because the polls are not closed. Wisconsin, a lot of money spent on that race. About $90 million is what I've seen reported on a state Supreme Court seat. Elon Musk did a rally there on Sunday where he gave $2 million checks away. More votes just came in the 1st district. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It wasn't that more votes came in. The estimate of the percentage of estimated votes changes, but the more votes did not come in. Now more votes, no. Actually, what's happening is the estimated vote percent is changing. That is what changed there. For what it's worth, it looks to me like there are 4 counties in that 1st congressional district voting. And the county with, hold on a second here. Sorry. I don't want to start getting into that level of analysis. It's not worth it. You know why? Because, first of all, there's more votes that actually just came in. More votes. So the lead is slightly bigger now for Jimmy Patronis. His lead is now 6%. 6% lead for Jimmy Patronis with 74.5% of votes counted. Cynthia Masters says, if Trump and Elon have done nothing yet, Cynthia says, they have certainly made me more interested in politics. Vincent Pittman said, a win is a win, baby. Daniel L. says, the American people have spoken once again. Jay Hitchcock thinks the Republican Party must be worried about these results. Cory Booker spoke for 25 hours and 4 minutes at the podium. That's according to the Senate. 25 hours and 4 minutes. "41 minutes now." Oh, President Trump posted on his Truth Social. President Trump posted on his Truth Social. Here is President Trump from his Truth social. He wrote, both Florida seats have been won big by the Republican candidate. The Trump endorsement, as always, proved far greater than the Democrats' forces of evil. Congratulations to America. Here again are the results currently. Jimmy Patronis has a 6% lead in Florida. That is a seat that in November the Republican won by 32%. Randy Fine has an 11% lead in Florida. That is a seat that in November the Republicans won by 33%. 33 points and 32 points. More votes just came in the first district. So now we're up to 77.7%. The lead is of almost 8%, almost 8 points for Jimmy Patronis. Some more votes came in here in the 6th district. Slightly bigger lead now in the 6th. Oops, what did I do here? Slightly bigger lead than before for Randy Fine. Oopsie. There we go. Our viewer on Facebook, Paula Thompson, says, so much closer than expected. Wow. Our viewer, hold on, I can't find it now. Where is it here? I don't know the total turnout percentages. I know that in the 6th district, you're going to have about 200,000 votes, when in the presidential race you had about 420,000 votes. I don't know if I can get a number of total voters there. There are, in the 6th district, there are about over 525,000 registered voters. So if you told me in the 6th district that it's going to be under 40% turnout, it seems like that's about right. I mean, it's very interesting that, this is a congressional race, right? And so many fewer people vote. Again, it's going to be about 200,000 for this race. And just 5 months ago, 427,000 people or something voted. I mean, it's a big difference. It's a lot of people less who vote for something like this. A lot more votes in now, with 88.8% of the vote. Jimmy Patronis is winning by about 11.5%. A lot more votes came in. You know, it's interesting. The lead is about 11.5% in both races right now. Pretty similar leads, pretty similar numbers. Oh, I believe, did AP call Jimmy Patronis now? I bet they did. I can put the check mark up. Yes, AP has called Jimmy Patronis the victor. So we'll put the check mark on Jimmy Patronis there. Oh, thanks Diddley D for pointing this out. Diddley D pointed out that in the first district, in 2024, hold on a second here. 415,000 people voted in that district in 2024. And in this race, it's going to be like it looks like they're going to have about, man, what? They got about an eighth of the vote, you know, roughly speaking, 170,000 votes compared to 415,000 in 2024. We are getting closer to the Wisconsin poll closure at 9 Eastern Time, 32 minutes from now. One of our viewers mentioned Austin Batman said in 2022 that Mike Waltz won by 75 to 25. That was 2022. I'm looking it up right now. In 2022, Mike Waltz won. Oh, I don't know. There was, in 2022, I'd have to read about this. There was Mike Waltz, Republican, Joe Hanush, who, is that Liberal Party? Libertarian Party. There was no Democratic candidate in the 2022 election. It says withdrawn or disqualified, Matt Bell. That was... So it looks like there was no, for whatever, I don't want to get all into that, but in 2022 there was no Democrat running. Because I'm looking at the 2022 general election results for the 6th district. There's no results in Wisconsin because the polls have not closed there yet. People keep asking for Wisconsin results. They're not going to give results out until the polls close. Oh, a lot more votes just came in. Look at this, 92.6% of the estimated votes in. The lead has gotten bigger for Jimmy Patronis. He is leading by 13%. Oh, some more votes actually came in. It's now 93.8% of the vote in. The lead is a bit bigger for Jimmy Patronis. It is now 13.5% with 93.8% of the vote in. Oh, and we have an update. It's almost all the vote in the 6th district. Randy Fine is winning by about 13.5%, 56.5 to 42.8. That's with almost all the votes counted. You know, you might end up with, if you end up with like both of them winning by about 15%, it could be this kind of thing where it's not so small to be like, wow, that was super close. But it's small enough to be like, I mean, that is a fairly big drop off from, winning by over 30 points. So maybe it's right in that area where it's like, there's not like one take on it. Some people might say it's a huge victory. Others might say, but it's by a lot less. Looks like they're both going to end up about 15%. Tammy N. David says, I am curious to say Wisconsin as well. Thank you, Rule, for your support. Rule thinks a Republican sweep is coming tonight. That's what Rule thinks. Thank you so much, Rule, for your support. We have 27 minutes until the Wisconsin polls close. 27 minutes. Yeah, somebody asked, do I have the results from the prior election? It's literally on the screen. It says it right on the screen what the November 2024 result was. It's right in front of you guys. About 20, 25 minutes left now. Hey, thanks to Bebop and Rocksteady. Bebop and Rocksteady thinks Democrats underperformed, given how they claimed things were going. That's what Bebop and Rocksteady thinks. Do you think there's any chance with these two races over, do you think there's any chance that President Trump would just be like, okay, I'm going to have Elise Stefanik just go to the UN. I think we can win that New York race. I'm going to have Elise Stefanik go to the UN after all, and we'll just have a special election in New York. Or do you think he wants to avoid that? Hey, by the way, Casey Steve just gave 50 people memberships in the YouTube chat. Wow. That is really generous of you, Casey Steve. Thank you so much. Make sure you thank Casey Steve if you got a gift membership. Or if somebody gave you a gift subscription on Twitch, make sure you thank them as well. Thank you, Casey Steve. That's very nice of you. Wow. 50 memberships. He gave 50 people memberships. Does anyone think that that Trump might have Stefanik just go to the UN? I don't think anyone agreed with me with that possibility. Hang on a moment here. Lucas says she's staying. Johnson gave her some committee leadership role. Well, I'm sure she'd rather go to the UN. I don't think she wants to stay at the House over the UN. I'm sure her preference is to be going to the UN. But I was just wondering now that these races are over. Deadly30 says, I guarantee he will now because they can afford to lose a seat. But maybe he doesn't want the chance of losing the seat. That's another question. Mind your manners think Trump will now send her to the UN. We are getting closer to the Wisconsin results, guys. We're getting very close. Deadly30 thinks that Trump will send Stefanik to the UN again if Republicans win in Wisconsin. Janice says he won't send her today after the dust up in the House. After the dust up today, I didn't hear about that. Did something happen? I didn't hear about it. Dust up in the House today? Yes, I am in Lima, Peru right now. We're coming to you live from Lima, Peru. By the way, the Washington Post is reporting tonight that the White House is studying the cost of a Greenland takeover. They say it's the most concrete effort yet to turn President Trump's desire to acquire Greenland into actionable policy. Kyle Kondik, who's an elections analyst I follow, he's with Sabato's Crystal Ball at U Virginia. He thinks that this was a big overperformance for Democrats in both of these races tonight. Odds, our viewer thinks a reason that the Republicans didn't win by more is Trump's name is not on the ballot of the special. Some more votes came in this race. 96.6% in. Looks like Jimmy Patronis, he's currently leading by 14.2%. Looks like a roughly 15% win in both those races for the Republicans. I mean, they're pretty close. They're pretty similar to each other. Yeah, 66 Modi says, 66 Modi was it, says we could be here a while. It could take a while to find out who wins in Wisconsin. Hey, thanks to Michael Burmester for shouting out KC Steve. Thank you also, Michael, for all your support of the channel. Michael Burmester, thank you. Only, guys, about 16 minutes until the polls close in Wisconsin. Should I bring the clock back? Should I bring the clock back for the Wisconsin poll close? I think I should. Let's put the clock back up. Oh my gosh, he's really going to put the clock back up. He's really doing it. Can you believe it? Oops, I didn't do it right. Give me a second, I'll fix it. Don't worry. I'm going to make this a little bigger. Wait, why did it do that? Okay, I did it. Let me just fix this. Let me just fix everything here. It's going to take 2 seconds to fix everything. Obviously, that's not correct. Obviously, that's not correct. We're almost fixed. We're almost fixed. We now have the clock back up for you. Uh-oh. What did I do here? All right, that's right. This is not right. There we go. Everything is right now. There's the clock. The clock is up. 14 minutes until the polls close in Wisconsin. A few more votes came in the Florida 1st Congressional District. Jimmy Patronis is now winning by a bit more, 57.0 to 42.2, 96.087. There you go. $13. So now we wait. I know a lot of people are interested in this race, in this. Let's talk about this race for a second. Let's talk about this. This race in Wisconsin while we have a second here. The Washington Post says this is the first major electoral test for the MAGA movement since President Trump won his second term. This is the most expensive judicial race in U.S. history. It will determine whether conservatives can take over the majority in the Wisconsin Supreme Court. The Wisconsin race, along with these two House races, will be scrutinized for signs of what it means for Trump's ability to maintain momentum for his agenda. Trump advisor and tech billionaire Elon Musk has also enmeshed himself in the Wisconsin race by dispatching his political operation in the state and handing out $1 million checks to 2 voters at a rally on Sunday. Trump and Musk are supporting Brad Schimmel, a Waukesha County judge and former Republican state attorney general. Schimmel faces Susan Crawford, a Dane County judge who has won the backing of former President Barack Obama and other Democrats. 2 years ago, Wisconsin set a national spending record of $56 million for a state Supreme Court race. This year's race has obliterated that record, costing more than $100 million, according to WisPolitics.com. Crawford has gotten large donations from people like Illinois Governor J.V. Pritzker gave $1.5 million. George Soros gave $1 million. LinkedIn co-founder Reid Hoffman gave $250,000. Meanwhile, Elon Musk and groups affiliated with him have invested far more than that, more than $20 million On Sunday, Musk hosted a rally for Schimmel in Green Bay where he handed out $1 million checks to 2 voters, one of whom is the chairman of the State College Republicans. Early voting has been robust for this Wisconsin Supreme Court race. As of Monday, 644,000 people had voted by mail or in person, or about 1.5 times as many people who had voted early in the last court race in 2023. Turnout for Wisconsin Supreme Court elections varies from year to year, says the Washington Post, but it's far below turnout in presidential elections, when 2/3 to 3/4 of the adults go to the polls. Court elections in 2018 saw 22% turnout, 27% turnout in 2019, 35% turnout in 2020, and 40% turnout in 2023. Democrats, it says here, liberals won the 2020, 2018, and 2023 Supreme Court elections by double digits. The liberal candidate lost the 2019 race by a slim margin. Conservatives are trying to drive up turnout by identifying Trump supporters who don't typically vote in court elections, says the Post. Trump won in Wisconsin in 2016 and 2024 by getting infrequent voters to the polls, and Schimmel's campaign is banking on a similar strategy with the help of Musk. Tuesday will be a test of whether such voters can be persuaded to show up for an election where Trump is not on the ballot. A win by Republican Schimmel would offer clues that Musk's model works and that Republicans can build on their gains from November. A victory by the Democrat Crawford would give Democrats signs that they can make gains in 2026 by focusing on the least popular aspects of Trump and Musk's agenda. Also, Wisconsin voters will decide today whether to amend the state constitution to require photo ID to vote, a step that requires only a simple majority. A state law has required voters for years to present ID at the polls. Already, supporters of the ballot measure say adding the requirement by the state constitution will protect the policy from court challenges. Okay, 7.5 minutes till the Wisconsin polls close. Get ready, folks. By the way, 99% of the votes now in the 6th district. Randy Fine currently leading there by 14%. What I might do is put the red ticker up so I can take this off the screen. That's what I might do. If you give me 2 seconds, I think I'm going to do that. Just give me a moment here. 1 moment here. Ew. Do I not have that? Where is that document? That's a problem. Where's that at? Oh, sorry, I found it. Florida results. First district. Jimmy Petronis, Republican, wins. I'm just putting these up so I can take them off the screen. Okay, I think I did it. I think I got it. I think I got the votes into the red ticker. So now all I have to do, if I can do this correctly, Ooh, what happened here? This might not work. There's a blank red ticker. Why is the red ticker blank? Let's try this again. You know what? I think for whatever reason, it's not behaving itself. We're not going to be able to put the red ticker up. I'm sorry. It's being naughty. It's not working properly. We'll have to do this. I'll have to fix it after. Oh, hold on. Let me try something here. Is this what's wrong? Hold on. Hang on a moment. I think I can fix it. I think I can fix it now. If you give me 2 seconds. Oh, there's 3 minutes until the polls close, by the way. I hope this works. No, it's not behaving. Forget about the red ticker. It's not going to happen tonight. I'll have to fix it after. Again, I am in Lima, Peru. We're doing this broadcast from Lima, Peru. Hey, thanks so much to Michael Burmester. Just gave 5 people memberships. That's really nice of you, Michael. Thanks for all your support, Michael Burmester. Shout out also, thanks for your support, to Doug Cahill, who gave a bunch of memberships. Thanks, Doug. Michael actually gave 10 memberships. Thank you, Michael. And Doug Cahill, thank you, Doug. Thank you also to Troy Smith, who says, I need the Democrat to win Wisconsin for my Tesla puts. Am I crooked? Thank you, Troy Smith, for your support. I appreciate that. Thanks to James H. James says a lot more Republicans voted in the presidential election when Trump was on the ticket. That's why it is closer. That's what James H. thinks in these Republican districts. That's what James H. thinks. Thank you so much, James H., for your support. Guys, there's less than 2 minutes until the Wisconsin polls close. Less than 2 minutes. Get ready. You know what I got to do? I got to get rid of this. I'm going to get rid of these because it's time for us to create a new graphic here. Wisconsin Supreme Court. What did I just do? 1 minute left. Less than 1 minute until the polls close. I will not be able to create the graphic in time before the polls close. Hang on. I'll finish it after the polls close. Guys, we have 28 seconds. Let's focus on the polls. 24 seconds left until the polls close in Wisconsin. 20 seconds left. 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The polls are now closed in Wisconsin. Oh my gosh. The polls are closed in Wisconsin. I need to get rid of the clock now. And I need to put up there, we are waiting for the results. Polls closed in Wisconsin. Awaiting results. And let me just fix the headline because now it is totally on one side of the screen. There, that's better. I will fix our high-tech graphic in a second. I got to fix our high-tech graphic. Thanks for your patience. There are no votes in yet. No votes in yet. Brad Schimmel versus, sorry, you know what? I said Martha, there's already a typo. There's a typo, there's just an utter mistake. I put up Martha Crawford instead of Susan Crawford. Well, that was stupid. Sorry for the mistake. They already made a mistake on it. The mistake has been corrected. Sorry about that. Okay. We have 0 and 0.0%. We have 0 and 0.0%. Here it is, guys. That is the race we are focusing right now. Should make this bigger for you. Oops, where I disappeared. I do not see any votes in. Let me get a different source. There are no votes in. Now, you might be wondering, how long is it going to take to count these votes? I did see something about an estimate for that earlier. I think the Washington Post had an estimate. So the Washington Post said that for the AP, according to the AP, during the 2023 spring election in Wisconsin, the final tabulations, that was, I assume that was a Supreme Court seat. The final tabulation came at around 2:30 a.m. But, I mean, I don't know, that for all I know, for the last 2 hours, they were working on the last 2% or something. So that doesn't tell us much. I don't know how fast they'll come in. You know, it's a big difference getting 90% of the vote in the first hour and 20% of the vote in the first hour. Wow, thanks to Dawn Swain for the gift memberships. Thank you so much, Dawn. That's very nice of you. I'm not going to do a poll which is who will win, because that just becomes a popularity contest. I am going to do another poll, though. And the poll we're going to do right now is, what will margin of victory be in Wisconsin? Doesn't matter by whom. Hold on. You have two choices, 5% or more, or less than 5%. What will the margin of victory be in Wisconsin? I am posting that poll right now. I just posted it on YouTube. I am now posting it on Twitch. What will the margin of victory be? And I'm going to post it on Facebook real quick. Let me make sure I'm not seeing any other votes in. I don't see any votes yet in Wisconsin. So while I'm waiting for those votes, one moment, please. I just have to post the poll. On Facebook. Okay, so let me show you some of these results here. I said to you, what is the margin of victory going to be? I didn't say by whom. Over there on YouTube, the current result from our viewers as to what the margin of victory will be is, I'm going to show you right now. I'm getting it on the screen right now. Our viewers say that, oopsie, what just happened there? There it is. 62% of you say that the margin of victory will be 5% or more. %37% of you say less than 5%. On Facebook, it is half of you say 5% or more, 0.5% of you say less than 5%. And on Twitch, here is the result on Twitch here. Let me throw that up on the screen for you. Pretty split on Twitch. 44% of you say 5% or more. 56% of you say less than 5%. Thank you for participating in our poll. Hang on a second. Give me a moment here. Do we have any results in? I do not see any results yet. I see no results from Wisconsin so far. I'm going to see if I can get you any updates about the results. Hey, this was interesting. A.J. Biatpour. I just saw this. A.J. Biatpour, who is with CBS 58 in Milwaukee, he reported that in 7 locations in Milwaukee, they ran out of ballots due to extremely high turnout. That post was like an hour ago. That was A.J. Biatpour. Maybe they just had too few, maybe they had too few to begin with. Oh, are their votes up now? Hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. There are votes in. I am seeing votes. Now, this is very early. So, guys, there are 1,400 votes in from one county. Brad Schimmel has 63% of the vote. Let me caution you, these are 1,428 votes from one county. And it is 1% of one county. So I don't even know. They're from somewhere in Waukesha County. Could be one town for all I know. So we'll have to see how this plays out. So more votes are in. More votes are in. Less than 1% of the votes are in. Less than 1% of the vote in. I have to update my graphic, my high-tech graphic, though, to reflect these numbers. Very few votes in right now. 4198. At least we're getting votes in, though. That's encouraging. 6397. There you go. I like that we're seeing votes be counted, though. More votes just came in. 1% of the vote is in. It's a closer race now. Very small, very little of the vote is in. Very little. 57.0 to 43.0. Hey, thanks to Eric Anderson. Hey, thanks, Eric. Eric, I think at this point, I appreciate your suggestion. You may indeed be right, but at this point, I think I'm going to stick with what I have. I don't think I'm going to change on the fly now because I'd probably mess it up. But thank you. Eric, thanks so much. Thanks also, Donna Smith, for the gift membership. Thank you, Boomer Wow, for your support. Who says, Boomer Wow thinks it's going to take several days. Thanks, Raisback, for your support. Did I thank Raisback yet for the gift memberships? Thanks, Raisback. All right, hold on a moment here. There's more votes in, but it's still 1% of the vote counted. %1 of the vote. Building 7 says, we were out in full force today voting in Wisconsin. Well, let me do this. There. I might have, let me just check something here. Hang on a moment. What I got to do is I got to throw this over here. Give me a moment here. Do a quick check on something. Making sure I don't have any video. I'm probably going to have video later of like the candidates talking. Maybe. I have video of the Crawford event. So when she speaks, I'll be able to show that. I don't really want to show an empty podium now. It doesn't really help us much. I'm going to just focus on the results right now. More votes are in. There are more votes in. 2% of the vote is in. These are not from all across the state. These are from very specific areas of the state. 2 very specific areas of the state. La Crosse County and Waukesha County. So just so you know, these are not like a sampling, a scientific sampling of all the votes in. So right now, here's what it is. But you cannot read in, you can't assume the rest of the state's going to be like these, because these are from 2 very specific parts of the state. Let's see how this goes. NBC News' Julie Sirkin reports, Cory Booker says he stopped eating on Friday and stopped drinking on Monday in preparation for his marathon 25-hour speech. That's Julie Sirkin from NBC News. Some more votes came in. I want to keep you up to date here. Still 2% of the vote. A few more votes came in. Some more votes just came in. The race got closer. More votes just came in. More votes came in, guys. We are now at 55.1 to 44.9. So things just tightened up with those additional votes. And again, we're very low amount of votes right now. As soon as I'm seeing them, I'm updating them on the screen. Actually, I can get a little even more precise here with this. Thank you so much to all of our moderators who are here. I really appreciate it. I'm going to shout out our moderators. One moment here. We have Beth Mythical and Ruth Krafasi here. Over on YouTube. All of our other YouTube moderators, thank you. Oh, thank you so much to New Next Wow for your support. says, thanks for providing a safe space to talk politics. Well, thanks to our mods. They are why we can have chats. So thank you, New Next Wow, and thanks to our moderators. Up, more votes are in. More votes are in. Hold on. The margin went up a bit for Brad Schimmel early on, very early on here. Quick thank you also to our Twitch moderators. Good Luck Duck, LB Prairie Dawn, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and Surly Dev. Thanks so much. Thanks to our moderators there on Facebook. Oops, I'm hearing two of me for a second. Good Luck Duck, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson. Kay Lowry Body. Thanks Rita Evans Lang and Martha Crawford for subscribing over there as well. And Kay and Margaret. And Robert Real II, all of our other subscribers there. Linda Bell, Glary, and Misha, thanks for moderating on X. Breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. It's very early, but look what I have to do now, guys. Look what I have to do now. Oh my gosh. Why is he changing the location? Why is he changing the location of the names? Well, because that's what happened. Again, very little of this vote is in. It's not from all across the state. So we could see some big shifts here as votes come in from different places. But Susan Crawford has a small lead right now. Up, some more votes just came in. Again, it's early. We might see a bunch of back and forth here as different parts of the state report. Yes, Bebop and Roxy says it's very early. It's very early. I'm looking at multiple sites showing the same vote total. Oh, thank you, Ted W. Hey, thanks, Ted W. I'll put it towards that. I appreciate that, Ted W. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Oh, more votes. Oh, yes, there are more votes in now. They're gradually coming in. I don't know anything about, are these early or not, but I'm throwing them up there as they come in. Let me just take a second and see if I can peek and see if I see. I'm following some elections experts here. Hang on. Still no more. This is the latest. Oh, no, a few more votes just came in. A few more votes. Very few. But we'll update them anyway. We now have 7.6% of the vote in. Oh, no, a bunch more votes came in. A bunch more votes just came in. Again, it's very, very early, guys. We're very early. We are very early. All right, hold on. More votes just came in as I was speaking. To repeat, these are not coming in from the whole state at the same time. So you could have some wild swings as big chunks come in from more Crawford-friendly or Schimmel-friendly locations. That's why these jumps are happening. You know, you could have a big batch for Crawford or a big batch for Schimmel. Who knows what batch you're going to get next? I'm looking at a map of the state, and most counties have not reported. Now, in Dane County, where Madison is, Susan Crawford has 76% of the vote so far, with 90% of the vote in. But there's a lot of counties where there's no votes reported. I'm sure there's a bunch of good Schimmel counties out there. No votes reported from Milwaukee yet, by the way. That's why I was looking at some of the analysts I follow to see if they had any insight on this. Now, let me say this. I've seen a couple analysts say that they thought that maybe Schimmel was doing better than he needed to, but I just saw another analyst who I follow say maybe Crawford's doing a little better than she needed to. So I don't see any kind of big analyst consensus right now. Oh, more votes are in. More votes in. More votes in. Crawford now 52.6 to 47.4. And to repeat, this is so early. It's not uniform from around the state. You're going to get big chunks favoring one candidate or the other from different areas. We just got to wait and see what happens here. And then even when it gets close to the end, it might look like one of them has a big lead, but maybe most of the outstanding votes are from an area that favors the other person. Lowell says, I wonder how long it will be before we know who won. The final vote tally in 2023 was given at 2:30 a.m. Eastern Time. But that's the final vote tally. So, it also depends on, is it a really close race or not? If it's really close race, obviously it can take longer to find out who won. More votes just came in, right? A few more. Same percentages. Okay. Or maybe did I just not have the totals right? Nope, that's it. That's the right total right there. Decision Desk HQ projects Wisconsin Question 1 adding voter ID requirement to the state's constitution has passed. From what I understand from an article we read earlier, that's already been approved in the state. That's already what the state does, I believe. But there was a question, a referendum to put it in the Constitution. Oh, hold on. I have more votes in. I'll have to get you an update on that. More votes in. 51.3 to 48.7 with 12.9% of the vote in. Yes. Under a 2011 state law in Wisconsin, voters already have to present a photo ID to vote. But the referendum in Wisconsin is to add that to the state constitution. I guess maybe to more enshrine it and protect it from challenges, maybe, or make it harder to change. So Decision Desk HQ is projecting that referendum will pass about adding the state voter ID requirement to the Constitution in Wisconsin. I have more votes in. More votes in. A chunk came in. New chunk. 15.5% of the votes are in. Susan Crawford is now winning. That was a big chunk for her. She is up by about 9.5%. Again, you can have big chunks for both candidates. You will have chunks coming in for both candidates. So we only have 15.5% of the vote in. I'm going to see if I can get some analysis here as I wait for more votes to come in. Are we up? Oh, there were a few more votes came in. Hold on. More votes in. More votes in. 16.3% of the vote is in. Susan Crawford is up by a little bit more than she was before. 55.4 to 44.6 right now percent. Uh-oh. Sorry, I have a period where I should have a comma. Okay, we are keeping you up to date here. The current vote, sorry. Some more votes came in. A lot of parts of the state have not even reported yet. So the other thing is, I don't know if are a lot of these early votes which might favor the Democratic candidate. I just don't know, you know. Oh, as I speak, it just changed. As I speak, things just changed. 19.6% of the vote is in. The lead, her lead is down to 8% lead. It just changed more. It's changing as I speak. More votes coming in. 53.8% for Crawford, 46.2% for Schimmel, with 20.2% in. Whew. The votes are coming in. In case you missed it in the Republican House races in Florida, the special election races, both were very Republican districts. In one district, in the 6th district, Randy Fine, the Republican, won. He currently has a 14% lead with almost all the votes counted. And in the other district, the Republican, Jimmy Petronis, won. He has like a 14.8% lead with all the votes counted. Those districts in 2024 in November were won by the Republican candidate with 32 and 33 points. Tonight it looks like there are around 15 points or so wins for the Republican candidate in those two races. And Wisconsin, we have more votes. A bunch more votes just came in. We are up to 27.9% of the vote, and the lead has gone up for Susan Crawford to 58.4 to 41.6. Milwaukee currently, a lot of Milwaukee votes came in. 60% of Milwaukee has now reported, and Susan Crawford has about 72% of the vote in Milwaukee. So now that means there's fewer Milwaukee votes still to report. There's 40% of Milwaukee still left. But a bunch of those Milwaukee votes just came in. Looks like a lot of rural counties have not even reported yet, from what I can see on the map. Hold on, more votes in. 30% of the vote is in. I haven't even updated the vote totals yet, but the lead is now 17% for Susan Crawford. More votes just came in. 30.4% of the vote is in. I'm trying to keep this up to date. There you go. That is the current results. That is your current results. Okay, Henry Olson, who is an elections analyst, who I follow, he just posted, and this was reposted by Kyle Kondik, who is an elections analyst I follow. Henry Olson says, Schimmel has now fallen behind where he needs to be in Fond du Lac and Waukesha, and he's behind in Milwaukee too. Crawford is crushing it in the college-dominated counties of La Crosse and Eau Claire. She has moved into being the solid favorite now. More votes are coming in. 33% of the vote in, and the lead is now bigger for Crawford. She is at 59.8%. Brad Schimmel is at 40.2%. Kyle Kondik, who's an election analyst, says, according to AP, La Crosse County is 80% in. Currently, the vote in La Crosse County is 63 to 37 Democrat. It was 64 to 36 in the 2023 Supreme Court race, which Democrats won by 11 points. And in the presidential race, it was 54 to 44. In this race, it's 63 to 37 so far. Kyle Kondik says that is a good number for Democrats if it holds as county finishes its count. Also, it looks like there's going to be a higher turnout than 2023 Supreme Court race, he says. There are more votes in. A bunch more votes came in. It's a bit closer now. 35.3% of the vote in. It is now, the lead is 58.4 to 41.6. There you go. The odds, let's see, hold on a second. Hold on a moment here. Poly-market voters right now, poly-market bettors, Zero Hedge, the account Zero Hedge just pointed this out on X. If you go to Polymarket and you look at the vote chance, it is now up to, bettors are making Crawford are giving Crawford a 99% chance to win on Polymarket. More votes are in. More votes are in. 36.2% of the vote is in. It's a bit closer there. Still a sizable lead for Crawford. Over $100 million was estimated to be spent on this state Supreme Court race. There are multiple sites I am looking at for the results, which are all posting the same results. Oh, a few more votes came in. I'm a little bit behind. I'm a slight bit behind. Actually, I don't even know. Can I find where is it there? More votes in. More votes are in. A slightly higher amount of votes is in. Lead has narrowed a little bit. Oh, a bunch more votes came in. It is now up to 39.1% of the vote in. The lead is 57.5% to 42.5%. .3% of the vote is in. Let me keep looking for some more analysis here, too, as we wait for more votes to come in. Now, for breaking news, Decision Desk HQ, the elections site Decision Desk HQ, has called the race for Susan Crawford. Decision Desk HQ, which is a well-known elections news site, has called the race 4 minutes ago for Susan Crawford. Breaking news. Again, Decision Desk HQ has just called, they have projected the race for Susan Crawford. As I fix my headline here. Will anybody else start calling this race? More votes are in. The lead is the same. More votes are in with 40% of the vote in now. More votes in. I just saw more. 40.8% of the vote is in. It's the same 15% margin of victory, of leading for Susan Crawford. Again, Decision Desk HQ, the well-known, a few more votes came in, election site, or I just typed it wrong, has called it for Susan Crawford. Big breaking news. Dave Wasserman has called it for Susan Crawford. Very well-known elections analyst Dave Wasserman says, I've seen enough. Susan Crawford defeats Brad Schimmel in the Wisconsin Supreme Court election, preserving the Liberals' 4-3 majority. So now Dave Wasserman has called it. I believe more votes are in. The lead is still the same in terms of percentages. Elections analyst Henry Olson says it's becoming increasingly hard to see a path for Schimmel. And he says that Schimmel is running 6 to 10 points behind where he needs to be almost everywhere, and especially poorly in college-dominated counties. A few more votes are in right now. More votes came in. 42.8% of the vote in. The lead is a little less right now. If you're wondering, about half of Dane County, that's where Madison is, where Susan Crawford has 78.6% of the vote. About half of Dane County has not reported. And about 40% of Milwaukee has not reported. And Susan Crawford has 72% of the vote there. More votes in right now. (43.2% of the vote is in. Oh, 43.2%. Again, elections analyst Dave Wasserman and elections news site Decision Desk HQ have already called this race for Crawford. Okay, Dave Weigel, who is with Semaphore, he reports that Schimmel, the Republican, is running behind Trump 24 numbers across the state. In the counties that have counted nearly all their votes, in Adams County, Trump won it by 26 points. Schimmel is winning by 18 points. In Kenosha County, Trump won Kenosha County by 6 points, but Schimmel is losing Kenosha County by 6 points. And again, both those counties have counted nearly all of their votes. A few more votes got counted here, a little bit closer. There's about 40% of the vote is in, and we have about 1 million votes in. So what do we have, like, I don't know, just guessing, like, 1.2 million votes left to go? Am I doing that right? Yeah. But the analysts are just looking at the granular data and looking at what votes are left and how the voting now is comparing to previous votes. Kyle Kondik, who's an elections analyst, also mentioned Kenosha County. And he said, Kenosha is reporting almost all the votes in. Democrats are leading. Susan Crawford is up by 6 in Kenosha County. In 2023, when it was an 11-point Democrat win for the state Supreme Court, Democrats won by 8. He says this is not suggestive of a close race this time. More votes in. Another percent came in, a vote. And those were good votes. Crawford has more of a lead now. Good votes for Crawford just came in, a bunch of votes. We're at 40, actually a bunch came in, 46.5% of the vote now. Look at that. And Crawford is up by about 15%. We don't have an AP call or any of the major news outlets, I don't think, have called this race yet. Henry Olson, who's an elections analyst I follow, he is now saying that he believes Susan Crawford will defeat Schimmel. He thinks that Schimmel will close the gap some as rural counties report, but he does not think ultimately it will be a close race. So I would say the elections analysts generally that I'm seeing are saying that they don't think it's going to be that close in the end. Oh, a few more votes came in. Now, this actually says 45.9, but this is a few more here. And in Milwaukee, Milwaukee is only 56% reported, and that's about 72% for Crawford so far. And in Dane County, where Madison is, that is only 62% reported, and that is currently 79% for Crawford. Appreciate you being with us for our live coverage. And thanks to all of our moderators so much as well for being here. Shout out to Nathan Monchik for your support, who was voted as a student at UW, Nathan says. Thank you so much, Nathan Monchik. I appreciate that. Also, Benny Hill. Thank you, Benny, and Bebop and Rocksteady. Thank you, Bebop and Rocksteady, who points out that this race could have an impact on redistricting of the House seats to improve Democrats' chances in the midterms and beyond. That's what Bebop and Rocksteady says. Thank you, Jeff Peff, for being a member, and Susie Irish. Thank you for your support. I appreciate it. All right, let me get updated on the votes. A few more votes came in. We now have 46.5% of the vote in, and basically it's the same lead, 15%. Oh, some more votes came in. 46.6% of the vote is in. Little closer here. This race became nationalized. Over $100 million was spent on this race. More votes in, more votes. They're coming in these pieces here. Again, a number of elections analysts I follow have called this race for Crawford, but AP has not called it. None of the major news outlets I'm aware of have called it. And we have another chunk of votes just came in. A little bit closer now. Almost half the vote is in. Max Cohen, who reports on Congress for Punchbowl News, says this may pave the way for news house maps in Wisconsin ahead of 2026. Oh, did MSNBC call it? Have they called it? I think they maybe did. Let's see. I don't have them on. I read that somebody said they called it, but I don't have them on here. Breaking news, NBC News has called it. NBC News has called the race for Crawford. I just saw that from Kyle Griffin. NBC News calls it for Crawford. Breaking news. Kyle Griffin, who is with NBC, producer at MSNBC, says NBC News projects Crawford will win the race. More votes are in. Her lead is even bigger, with 49.5% of the vote in. Yes, NBC News has called it for Susan Crawford. No AP call yet, but NBC News has now called the race for Crawford. We are going to show you, I have video from the Crawford event. So when she speaks, we will show that to you. I'll show you Schimmel if I have it as well. More votes are in, guys. We are over 51.8% of the vote in. The lead is 14.6% for Crawford, with over half of the vote in there. So we will show you her speak. A little more vote in, I think. Yes, a little more vote has come in. Kind of want to throw her up in the corner, the view from her campaign event. Might do that in a second. Oh, now this says 51.2%. Waiting for the AP call is really like seen as the biggest one when AP calls the race. and they have not called it yet. So we're waiting for that. We will have live coverage tomorrow of President Trump's tariff announcement. That is at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. We will come on a bit before that to see what he announces. He's supposed to announce major new tariffs tomorrow. And we will be covering that live right here. Thanks Neo Geo Zach for subscribing, and Ferret for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you. Oh, more votes came in? A few. The 2023 race, in the 2023 race, the Democrat candidate won by 11.1 points. More vote in. Still no call by AP yet. A little bit closer here. There's still 38% of the vote out in, there's only 62% counted in Dane County, where Susan Crawford has about 79% of the vote. That's where Madison is. They still have 38% of the votes left. In Milwaukee, there's still 1/3 of the vote outstanding, and Susan Crawford has gotten 72% there. Oh, hold on. So a bunch more votes came in. We're now up to 56.1% of the vote is in. Race has tightened a bit. It is still a 12.2% lead now for Susan Crawford, with 56.1% of the vote in. More came. 56.5% of the vote is in. Excuse me. Some more votes just came in. One of our viewers said CNN called the race. Is that true? I will look right now. Yes, CNN has also called it for Crawford. CNN has called it for Crawford. NBC News has called it for Crawford. Where is, now why is it, hold on a second here. Yeah, there's some more votes in. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. There are more votes in. I'm seeing it's a little confusing because the different side, yes, 57.3% of the vote is in there. Getting a bit closer. You know, you'll have different votes. It's weird though. Why are they, now a couple of the sites I'm looking at have different totals. Oh, some votes on the sites I'm looking at, the vote numbers just went down. I don't know how that happened. So it was, I don't know if a county reported and then unreported or whatever. I'm not sure. But that's the latest right there. That is the latest total. Oh no, 55.9 to 44.1. That's it. 57% of the vote in. Ooh, no, more votes. Okay, more votes. More votes. 57.5% of the vote in. Still waiting for AP to make a call. I gotta get on the screen the Crawford. I have the Crawford event, Crawford election party. I got to get that on the screen for you. So let me get that up on the screen. Hang on a moment here. Hang on a moment. I will get that on the screen for you. Hang on here. Will this work if I do this or not? There it is. There is the Crawford event. Where do I put it? I can make this a little smaller. There's no sound on it right now. That is the Crawford event right there. It says election party. It's the Crawford election party. Hold on. Let me put on the screen so people know what we're looking at there. And then I'll update the vote totals. When she speaks, we will certainly show it. Okay, now, a bunch more votes have come in. We are up to 64.9% of the vote, and it is the same 11.8% margin. Actually, we are now at 65.1% of the vote. Almost 2/3 of the vote in. AP has called it. I just saw that AP called it. Is that true? Hold on. I saw a report that AP called it, but I haven't seen the AP call. WISN News says AP has called it. The WISN News says AP has called it. But I don't see the post yet from AP. But I do see that WISN says AP called it. Let me see if I can find the AP post. Hang on a moment here. That's obviously the big call. I haven't seen it directly from them. Again, WISN is reporting that AP called it, and they have an article on their site that says AP called it, but I don't see the AP call myself. There's more votes came in the meanwhile. We're up to 65.6% of the vote in. Same percentage lead. More vote is in now. 65.7% of the vote is in. Same percentage lead. Thank you, by the way, to Bebop and Rocksteady. I really appreciate that. Thanks for your support. Bebop and Rocksteady, who thinks it was a strong Democratic turnout in Wisconsin today. More votes came in. We're up to 66.6% of the vote in. 2/3 of the vote is in. It's a little bit closer right now, but it is still a 11.4% lead for Susan Crawford. Up, I think, did I just see the AP call come up? I just saw a check mark appear. Here, hold on. I haven't seen the post yet. Some more websites have. Yes, the New York Times says that AP has called the race for Crawford. Again, the New York Times says that AP has called the race for Crawford. I think it might be time to put the check mark up, but I want to see it from AP themselves. I'm checking. Breaking news, they have called it. I have it right here. AP calls the race. I have it right here. I'm going to show it to you right now. There it is. That is from Associated Press. AP has called the race. That is literally from Associated Press. I'm going to change the headline. Big Breaking news. Breaking news. Is this going to work? I have to fix my breaking news graphic after the broadcast. It's not working properly. Yeah, I'm gonna show you guys I'm gonna make this big. I'm gonna make that bigger there, the Crawford event. Let me just show you what the current. Let me just show you the current election results. Let me just get that on the screen for you. Where is it? So the current is we're up to. We're now at 68.4% of the vote in. And Crawford, it's the same margin of victory right now. She is up by 11.4%. So Susan Crawford, I got to add the check mark up there. She has won. The Democrat has won in this highly contested, over $100 million spent on this race. Oh, let's make this bigger. There we go. All right, should we make the is the sound on? Yes, I'm gonna make this bigger, I think, here. This is the Crawford. This is called, oops, hold on. I'll tell you what it is. So we're expecting Crawford to speak soon, I would assume. This is the Crawford Election Night Party. Why was this thing not moving? Why is this thing not moving here? This is in Madison, Wisconsin. And then I will actually put on the screen, I will put the vote total up. Let me do that. When I'll put it under here. Crawford has oh, what's happening? Is she coming in? Hold on. I think she's coming in. What's happening? No, I don't know if she's coming in. Somebody else is coming in. I'm not familiar. He might be like the person running the campaign or something. I don't know. I'm sorry. So some of you probably know who he is. I was about to put on the screen below where it says live there. I was about to put the current numbers. So let me put that up there for you. There it is. Anyone coughing, go to left. This is So we are looking at live at the Crawford election party where she is going to speak. You can see the updated, hold on, I'm going to update the graphic. I'm going to update the graphic because more votes have come in. We now have 70.4% of the vote in. And Crawford is up 55.8 to 44.2. More votes came in. They lost the sound for a second. Hang on. Thank you so much to, hang on a second here. Thank you, Rule, for your support, and Bebop and Rocksteady. Really appreciate it. More vote has come in. Quick adjustment here.
How many jurors do you think those Shins did? I don't know. Over 5,000.
More votes are coming in. We are waiting for Susan Crawford to speak. I assume she will speak soon.
I saw pictures. They know their neighbors.
Oh, Trump tweets about, one of our viewers said Trump posted about Wisconsin. By the way, so Trump posted about voter ID in Wisconsin. Let me show you what Trump said. Now, remember, with voter ID, hold on a second. Remember, voter ID has been for a while the practice in Wisconsin. It's just the vote tonight was to make voter ID part of their constitution. But I read an article earlier that said, Wisconsin Public Radio said voter ID in Wisconsin has already been required since 2011. 2011. So given that in mind, what President Trump just said on Truth Social is, let me show you here. Hold on. He said, voter ID just approved in Wisconsin election. Democrats fought hard against this, presumably so they can cheat. This is a big win for Republicans, maybe the biggest win of the night. It should allow us to win Wisconsin like I just did in the presidential election for many years to come. Again, there has been voter ID required in Wisconsin since 2011. What the referendum was to enshrine it as in the Constitution. Just to be clear. Oopsie. Oh, hold on. Is she coming in? Oh, that's not her. Hold on. Hang on.
Amen.
Wisconsin is proud of you. We love you.
This is Justice Bradley from the Wisconsin Supreme Court.
What an amazing victory. 30 years ago, I was standing on this stage, or a stage like it, newly elected, and I could not be more proud than I am tonight to be standing on the stage and shortly introducing to you Justice-elect Susan Crawford. Susan understands the importance of an independent judiciary. She cares deeply about the role of courts and our judicial system. Susan cares about each and every one of the people of this state. She knows that the people of Wisconsin are smart, they're hardworking, good values. They want a system of justice that works for everyone. Susan cares deeply about the 5.9 million people that call Wisconsin home. And I know that when she will be sitting there on the bench, she will be standing up for the people of Wisconsin. Ladies and gentlemen, it thrills me to introduce tonight Justice-elect, the future of the Wisconsin Supreme Court, Susan Crawford. Thank you. All right, Wisconsin, we did it. Oh, yeah. You know, just moments ago, I received a phone call from Judge Brad Schimmel conceding the race. And I want to thank him. He was very gracious, and I wish him and his family well. And to the people of Wisconsin, thank you.
Thank you for trusting me to serve you on the Wisconsin Supreme Court. This campaign has been an incredible, life-altering experience in so many ways. And I'm so grateful to have earned the trust and support of voters across this great state. And I'm here tonight because I've spent my life fighting to do what's right. That's why I got into this race, to protect the fundamental rights and freedoms of all Wisconsinites. Growing up in Chippewa Falls, I was blessed with a loving family. Yeah, Chippewa! Yeah! It was a great community where people watched out for each other. And my experiences growing up in small town Wisconsin shaped me into the person that I am today. Someone who values hard work, common sense, honesty, and who can tell right from wrong. Someone who watches out for people. But I've got to tell you, as a little girl growing up in Chippewa Falls, I never could have imagined that I'd be taking on the richest man in the world. For justice in Wisconsin. And we won. I've spent my whole career fighting for Wisconsin as a prosecutor, a lawyer, a judge, and now a soon-to-be justice on the Wisconsin Supreme Court. Standing up for our fundamental rights and freedoms, protecting Wisconsin families and communities. My promise to Wisconsin is clear. I will be a fair, impartial, and common sense justice on the Wisconsin Supreme Court. And I want to thank everyone across the state who helped to get us to this point. I'm here because of you. To every volunteer who made this happen, for every phone call, every door knocked, every text sent, every postcard written and mailed, it all paid off. Thank you so much. To all of my friends and colleagues, thank you for your unwavering support, friendship, and words of encouragement. To my campaign staff, led by the incredible Cassie Finelli. There she is. Thank you for all of your work to make this happen. All the late nights, all the long drives. I'm so grateful to all of you for all your work. Thank you. She's the best. They're all the best. To all of our partners and everyone who worked so tirelessly to get us to this point, thank you. And to my friends, justices, Ann Walsh-Bradley, Justice Rebecca Dallett, Justice Jill Karofsky, and Justice Janet Protasewicz. You know, I am so humbled to have had all of your unwavering support and encouragement since day one in this race. And to Ann, although no one can truly fill your shoes, I am incredibly honored to succeed you on the Wisconsin Supreme Court. You leave an incredible legacy of service to our state, and you are the embodiment of fairness and integrity, and I'll try to make you proud. It's true. And to my family who stand with me here today. My husband, Sean. My kids, Fred and Maisie. My brothers, Eric and Philip, who are here somewhere. There they are. My nephew, Evan. And to my mom and dad and the rest of the family watching from home. Thank you for all of your love and support and for standing by me throughout this crazy journey. and to Petra and Phoebe, our furry friends. And to my mom, happy birthday. I know how glad you are to see the TV ads end. So today, Wisconsinites fended off an unprecedented attack on our democracy. That's right. Our fair elections and our Supreme Court. And Wisconsins stood up and justice does not have a price. Our courts are not for sale. And you have entrusted me with great responsibilities, and I will carry them out with honesty, dedication, and integrity. I will work hard each and every day to uphold our Constitution and administer justice for the people of Wisconsin. I look forward to working with my colleagues on the Wisconsin Supreme Court to deliver fair and impartial decisions. And while we celebrate tonight, I want to share some words of the great Honorable Thurgood Marshall, which I find fit the unprecedented moment we are living in. Democracy just cannot flourish amid fear. Liberty cannot bloom amid hate. Justice cannot take root amid rage. America must get to work. In the chill climate in which we live, we must go against the prevailing wind. We must dissent from the indifference. We must dissent from the apathy. We must dissent from the fear, the hatred, and the mistrust. We must dissent because America can do better, because America has no choice but to do better. Together, we will confront and overcome the challenges we face. As our state's motto says, everybody, forward! Thank you from the bottom of my heart, Wisconsin. I am forever grateful. Thank you.
Susan Crawford. Well, hold on a second. That was Susan Crawford, the Justice-elect, who has won in Wisconsin the very expensive state Supreme Court race, over $100 million spent there. That was a race that Elon Musk did a rally there for her opponent on Sunday. So tonight we had two Republican wins in the special elections in the two House races there in those heavily Republican districts. Those Republican districts in 2024 were won by the Republican candidates by 32 and 33%. Roughly both Republican candidates winning those races by about 15% tonight. And this race, Crawford is up by, well, actually she is up by 9.8% right now. I'm looking at the latest numbers. She's up by 9.8%. And with 76% of the vote in. There's still a lot of votes not counted. About a quarter of the vote is not counted in Dane County, where she has 80% of the vote, over 80% of the vote. And about a third of the vote is not counted in Milwaukee, where she has 73% of the vote. So I don't know what the final totals will be there, but that is where it's at right now, about a 10-point lead. I want to take some comments from you guys. President Trump did not specifically comment on this particular race on his Truth Social yet. Did Elon Musk post on his X account about this race yet? I don't know. No, he did not post about it yet. I'm going to read some of your comments right now. Oops, here, let me just put this on the screen here. There it is. So for the first part of the stream, we covered the two Republican wins in Florida, albeit by less than the margins of 2024. And this is the Democratic state Supreme Court winning, which will keep a liberal majority instead of a conservative majority in the state Supreme Court, which I believe could become important for redistricting. Yes. The court can decide election-related laws and settle disputes over future election outcomes, says AP. Also, the court likely will be deciding cases on abortion, public sector unions, voting rules, and congressional district boundaries. You can see here, last year the court declined to take up a Democratic-backed challenge to congressional lines, but Schimmel and Musk have claimed that if Crawford won, the court would redraw congressional districts to make them more favorable to Democrats. Green Sky says, well, at least we know that Elon didn't rig it. Oh, did former President Obama post? Jan Nissen, our viewer, said. Hold on a second here. Let me check that out. Yes, former President Obama said, Congratulations to Susan Crawford on her victory, and to the people of Wisconsin for electing a judge who believes in the rule of law and protecting our freedoms. He had been posting a bunch about this race. He posted about it 11 hours ago, encouraging people to vote. And on March 25th. Thanks for mentioning that. Sorry, I want to read some more comments here. I was wondering, I had a thought. So I'm sure President Trump is happy about the two Republican, I know he is, he posted about it, the two Republican wins in Florida. Is he not happy about the Republican not winning in Wisconsin? And could this put him in a bad mood and make him more likely to go with higher tariffs tomorrow in his announcement? That I don't know. That was my little thought I had. I don't know what he's going to do about tariffs. We'll find. We're going to cover it. Artist Caverlin says, curious what he is saying right now. We'll be covering that big tariff announcement at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. A couple of our viewers say tariffs on Wisconsin. Cami and Val Zeal, I think, said he's going to put tariffs on Wisconsin. Let me take a few more comments here from you guys on this. I want to show you something a little bit about the Florida thing. Talk about that for 2 seconds. You can see here, Republicans projected to win 2 Florida special elections, boosting U.S. House majority. Reuters says Republican candidates are projected to win in 2 House special elections in Florida today, boosting the majority to 220 to 213. There are 2 vacancies after 2 Democratic lawmakers recently died as well. In the 1st district, Democrats contributed more than $6 million to Gay Valamont in the short election time frame, outraising Petronis, the Republican. In the 2024 election, Matt Gaetz won by about 32 or 33 points. Tonight, Petronis, I believe, is winning by 14.5%. Also in Florida, in the 6th district, Randy Fine has won by about 14% of the vote, by about 14 points. That previously was a 32 or 33% win in last November for the Republican. And you can see Fine's Democratic opponent was Josh Wheel, a public school educator who significantly outraised Fine with almost $9 million in contributions. Yes, Republicans were favored in that race because, well, as Mike Waltz beat his Democratic opponent in 2024 with more than 66% of the vote. The current vote total in Wisconsin, one of our viewers mentioned, I like spaghetti, that Crawford passed 1 million votes. Yes, 80.5% of the vote is in Wisconsin. Crawford is winning by 9.8%. Actually, we're now at about 81% of the vote in Wisconsin, and Crawford is winning by 9.6%. Also checking here, there's still about 28% of the vote in Milwaukee, which has been heavily Crawford outstanding. About 10% in Dane County outstanding, which has been 81% Crawford. And so 20% of the vote left there. But Crawford currently is winning by 9.6%. I don't know ultimately how that's going to turn out in terms of percentages. One of our viewers said a Tesla quarterly report is coming out. Is that tomorrow too? I'm trying to find this. Yes, I just read an article that says that tomorrow the Tesla is expected to give production and delivery results from the first quarter, for whatever that's worth. Distant Galaxy thinks that quarterly report will be a doozy. Let's see, did I have anything else I wanted to mention here? I really appreciate you guys being here tonight for our election coverage. We got to do an election stream in April. How about a big election stream in April? It really felt like a big election night. We have a tariff countdown timer. We'll have that tomorrow. We're going to come on earlier than 4. We'll be on at 3 or a little before. I got to see how it works out. I'm talking about Eastern time because the tariff announcement is at 4 p.m. Eastern time. So we'll be on by 3. So I'm looking forward to covering that and seeing what Trump says about the tariffs. All right, guys. I think we're getting to that. Oh, by the way, I owe a couple thanks. Loki1988 and Ronald Kame and Hale Sagan, thanks for your support. Also, GIS and Natasha and Bebop and Rocksteady over there on YouTube. Thank you. And I think we might be getting to that time, guys, where we start wrapping up this stream. But I really appreciate you guys joining me for this live stream. Again, have been coming to you from Lima, Peru. Glad there were no major technical difficulties. I am in Lima, Peru for a little bit, visiting here. But through the magic of technology, we can still do this. And I know it might not look or sound like it normally does, so I thank you for bearing with me while we're here in Lima, Peru. But we will be covering tariff announcement, what President Trump calls Liberation Day, tomorrow. So I hope you can join me. Our viewer, Kubla Khan, says, what is this sorcery? I want to mention, again, I thank you for watching, and I hope you can come tomorrow to the stream for our coverage of the tariffs. Tariff announcement, big announcement. But subscribe and follow the channel Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda here. Agenda Free TV. Also, I will post updates when I'm not on the air, even though I'm in Lima, Peru. I'm still posting updates on my X account, at Lookner on X. You can follow me there for breaking news updates, at Lookner. And turn notifications on for the channel. Make sure you do that. I don't know when big news is going to happen most of the time. So, if there's some huge story here, I'll do my best to get on the air and cover it. But make sure you get notified when we're going live so you don't miss a stream. And to do that, the notifications, we have a free notification system. It works awesome. We set it up ourselves. It's really reliable, and it's free. It's done through Discord. So the mods will post the link in the chat to sign up for the notifications. You can also find that link in the description of this video on Facebook and YouTube. So check out. Make sure you sign up for the notifications. And a huge thanks to our moderators here tonight. You know, one of the viewers said something like that they like that we could have political discussion on this channel where people with different views can discuss things. I love that about the channel. I love that we can have people of different political persuasions chatting with each other, but that's thanks to our moderators because they're the ones keeping it under control and making sure people are civil there in the chat and respectful, and we could not have our chats without the mods. So big shout out to our mods for being here as always. People like on YouTube, Beth Mythical, and Ruth Krafasi, Sabrina, and all of our other moderators who've been over there on YouTube tonight. Thank you so much. And on Twitch, Good Luck Duck, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, Surly Dev, thank you. And all of our other Twitch mods. On Facebook and, on X, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha. On Facebook, K. Lowry Body, Paul Anderson, Margaret Riley, all of our other moderators there. Thank you so much, moderators. Much appreciated. And thanks to everybody who donated. That is super nice of you guys. You are the ones who allowed this channel to exist with your support. So huge thanks. I think I thanked everybody. Huge thanks to everybody who donated. I really appreciate that. Hopefully I got everybody. But if you ever want to donate, you go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But again, thank you so much for your support of the channel. Also, we have a chat. You can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. Our Discord chat, it's free. A bunch of our viewers like to do that. Check out our Discord chat. It's the same as the link is the same as the notifications link. Same link for both things. So if you haven't and you feel like it, check out our Discord chat. Thanks so much to our Discord mods for all you do as well. Another good way to find out when we're live or going live is our X account, which is @AgendaFreeTV. So if you're on X, feel free to follow us on X. I always post there when we're going live. I post updates about the channel there @AgendaFreeTV. And a reminder for those of you who watch on YouTube, I would suggest turning the YouTube notifications on. Another good way to find out when we're live. But it's a little funky to do that. If you want to turn the notifications on for YouTube, what you got to do is you got to subscribe to the channel first. Then you got to click this bell and choose all notifications. See? So make sure if you're subscribed on YouTube, you got the bell checked and you've chosen all notifications. I got to fix this. That's something else I got to fix. Why doesn't that look right? Hold on a second here. Is this? Hold on a second here. Here's the... Yeah. Fine, leave it. There's little things I notice when I'm on my not regular setup that I gotta fix. I gotta fix the red ticker too. I gotta do that next. Okay, hey, huge thanks also to our Facebook subscribers for supporting the channel. Like Robert Rial II and Lou Green and Aaron Van Ness, K. Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, all of our Facebook subscribers over there. LT, thank you, LT, Robert Rial II, Rita Evans Lang. Thanks so much. Really appreciate all of our Facebook subscribers. Also, hang on a moment here. Thanks to our Twitch subscribers as well. Like Kitty Tiger, Geeg, Wall Street and Shaggy, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, Chi-Town Bear, Neo Geo Zach, Bad Toastery, Allistic, Jack's Animals. Thank you, Sven Christensen, Mr. Bigley Uncredible. Thank you so much, Twitch subscribers. Ruben Amorium, Tander62. Thanks. And our YouTube members, all of our YouTube members, thank you so much. Like Loki and Ronald Kane, Hale Sagan. Oops, hold on a second here. What happened here? What happened here? Pierre Dubois, Nature-Based, Jerry Kovacs, Roger Shoemaker, Benny Hill, Evelyn in Maine, Anae, Susie, Irish, Dr. McRib. Thanks for being members. Gary Baines, Ivan. Thank you. And all of our other viewers too. Confidence in God. All right, guys, it's getting to that time. It is getting to that time. Sarah Smile, thanks for watching. Kevin Groves, thanks for watching. I Need Coffee, Joe Hart, thanks for being members. Andrew Nelson, thanks for being a member. Weather-wise, if Middle East or anywhere else, if there's huge news, I will do my best to get on the air and cover it. Thank you, Weather-wise, for watching. Jay Noswich, thanks for being a member. All right, guys. I really appreciate all of you tuning in tonight. Thank you so much for being here. This was fun to watch all these election results in April with you guys. I don't know when our next election stream will be. All right, thanks Zambo for watching. All right, guys, so that is it. I hope you can join me tomorrow for our live tariff announcement coverage. Wow. That announcement is at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll be here no later than 3 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll be on by 3 Eastern Time. All right, so yeah, we'll definitely be covering the midterm elections, but who knows? Maybe something will come up before. I have no idea. Thank you. All right, so thank you for tuning in. That is it. We're wrapping it up. PZ Papa Zulu, thanks for being a member. Synthesizer, Marin Gobra, Mama 457 Rose, NY Committee, thank you. Thanks again to our mods. Thanks to you for tuning in. This has been our live April election night coverage. We will see you tomorrow, hopefully, on our tariff stream, and we'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.